There we go. Yo, how you?
You need to get over this argument.
Are we all the same species?
Yes,
All right, can you explain that biologically and genetically?
I shouldn't have to.
I mean, you should. I mean, wait. So, are you from my other page or some shit? Because you came up here saying I need to stop this argument.
I was on here probably like 2 weeks ago, and you
Now,
still
you
have the
wasn't on this
same.
one. You was on my other page.
You have another page?
Yeah. So,
What was the topic?
this same topic,
Oh, so this is another page?
right? In my backup.
I don't know
So,
why you have a backup.
right. So, go ahead and explain to us how biologically and genetically we are all the same species.
We're Homo sapiens.
Explain that biologically and genetically.
That is, we
No,
have
it's not.
we have chromosomes.
Homo sapien means just the people with intelligence or some shit like that. That's not a genetic or a biological thing. So go ahead and explain to us biologically and genetically.
Humans have 46 chromosomes.
All
XX
right.
female, XY male.
Right. Okay. So how do we go from haploids to diploids?
There's no such thing.
Yes, there is. How do we go from haploids to diploids?
There's no such thing. You're making things up.
So haploids and diploids aren't real?
Nope.
Do you want to bet something on that?
I bet $100.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna allow you. Just go look up a haploid or a diploid because you're not even well versed enough to even try to have this argument with me.
I already shamed you last time.
No, you did it. You just said haploids and diploids aren't real. Like what?
I'm talking to a diploid right now.
Nah. How do we go from haploids to diploids?
My bruh, it ends with us all being Homo sapiens.
Right, and Homo sapien is not a genetical nor a biological reason how we are all one.
What more do you need?
I don't need any. I already know for a fact that we aren't the same. I know that for a fact.
Right. Aren't you the one that thinks the sun is a talking deity?
Nah.
You said that.
I mean, the sun speaks through frequency, but I never said it spoke English or anything of that nature.
That was kind of implied.
When have I ever implied that? You said you came on here 2 weeks ago, so
Uh
it's
huh.
been on your mind that much?
No, you just popped up and I remembered you.
Now you don't remember me because I never once out of my mouth said that the sun was a speaking deity. Never once said that.
I think Matt can back me up.
Right. So I'm gonna
know
get
what
to
we're
Matt.
talking
Hold
about.
on, Matt. Hold on, Matt. I'll get to you after. So Dynasty, can you explain it biologically or genetically or no?
I did that with the chromosomes.
Right. And then I asked you how do we go from haploids to diploids, and you proceeded to say that those were made up and fake.
Correct.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Abundance. Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, what are we going for here? Are we like splitting up the white and black people?
It's not just about white and black. That's race, and race is theoretical. I'm talking about speciation, genetics, and biology.
Yeah. Can you tell me what you're talking about? Because I just
I
don't
mean,
know.
I
It's
mean,
a
clear. Hold on. Clearly, you see right there that it says we are not all one species. So, and you see a picture on the top and a picture on the bottom.
May I
mhm.
ask a clarifying
So,
question?
yeah, you can ask a clarifying question after Matt's done talking. We got to give him some respect. He was up here before you. Go ahead, Matt.
No. I'm just going. So you're saying white people and black people are fundamentally different?
Not just so-called white people and black people, but everybody outside of so-called black people.
Oh, black people are like a completely different species than white people or than everybody?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Why
So,
does that matter?
what do you mean? Why does it matter? Another species shouldn't be teaching another species children in school.
Dude, every time I come, yeah, we're on the
Huh.
same fucking page. Black fucking freeification. Yeah, bro. All right, we're on the same page.
Right. So, do you agree that we are all not one species, or do you think we are?
Oh, I don't know if I agree with. I don't know if we're all that would see. So that just sounds like we're going straight to like ethnic cleansing when you say something like that. So it's a scary proposition, right?
So,
When you
I mean,
say that, it
this
sounds
is
like that's
just.
where we're going to end. So I'm very reluctant to
What do
even
you mean
say
by
something
end?
like that.
Hold on. What do you mean by end?
It feels like when someone white or black, like let's just say Kanye was saying this, we're all not one species. It feels like that this conversation ends straight at so we need to ethnically cleanse, and I would not like to ethnically cleanse any particular species, right?
Not. It's not about me cleansing or my species cleansing anybody. The problem on the planet is that so we know for a fact so-called black people was the first people on the planet, and later on all these other people came to be about. And my thing with that is that the sun is actually removing all eukaryotic organisms off the planet because we don't scientists still don't know how we went from nothing but prokaryotic on the planet to eukaryotic. See, and
Yeah,
when
we
you look
do.
up the fact, hold on, like no over talking. If you over talk again, I'm gonna just have to remove you respectfully. But like I said, scientists don't know how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. So my thing is, when you look up the actual definition of eukaryotic, it means true seeded nucleus. So we got to understand the wordplay. It said true seeded nucleus, meaning something seeded the eukaryotic cell here. So my question is, who did that? Why did they do that? And why is the sun removing it today?
Yeah, can I ask you? I totally have forgotten my bio 101. Just let me take a stab, and can you correct me? Prokaryotes are single-celled organisms, and eukaryotes are multi-celled organisms, and this has something to do with mitochondria. Is that where you're going? Like, I don't.
Mitochondria. I mean, you're correct when prokaryotic cells are unicellular organisms, and eukaryotic or complex cell organisms.
Yeah, yeah. And so you're saying like I don't necessarily disagree, but I'm not sure I agree that we should be making this distinction
And why would you say that?
because it just so often goes down. I would love to see like it just sounds like we're going down a bad route.
We're not. We're just identifying the genetical and biological differences. because that actually matters a lot. Like I said, we shouldn't be teaching each other if we're not of the same species. That's the thing, because
So
hold on,
yeah,
it's a biological fact that species learn differently, right? So we
yeah,
don't need to have the same psychological state to be trying to, teach or infringe ways on each other if we're not of the same species.
yeah. I was up here the other day and I couldn't stop thinking about your great idea, which was it's like have a border zone, give black people a couple states, let them have a port, let them run their own thing, let them do their own schools and all that. It's just got to be done. I'm totally not against anything you're saying. I just I don't know. I was thinking, are we still working together? Are you guys starting your own nation? Like, what's happening here?
Right. I never, for one, I'm not, you might got me confused with another
Do I?
creator. I never said that.
That wasn't this one.
But
Okay.
yeah, so as far as, working together, I mean, just let's let nature be our example. Nothing in nature infringes its way on any other, animal within nature, right? They kind of just stick with their own, do their own thing and work in unison to make the planet better.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is we should not be working jobs for each other. We shouldn't be doing any of that. We should completely separate and develop on our own.
Okay, so can we do like we're so intertwined. So what? I don't. This is I love. So can there be like a? So can there be like? All right. So we got like a white area. We have like a black area, and then we have an area where people who want to just hang out together or like go to the same thing together. Are you saying like hard walls? We need like a wall of China. Nobody's crossing.
As far as a wall, I don't. A wall is not necessary. See, the only reason you're thinking of a wall is, I mean, from let's just use history. Y'all can't leave us alone. This is
Mm-hmm.
just a historic fact. So my thing is, we don't necessarily need a wall. That's the thing. We kind of just need to. Y'all have y'all place. We have our place. You feel what I'm saying? And it's boiling down to that, because now that we see that UVC radiation is amping up on the planet, and UVC radiation actually targets the DNA within the nucleus of a eukaryotic cell, that's gonna force y'all to actually have to go somewhere where the sun isn't hitting y'all.
No, maybe
So this
like
separation,
north.
huh?
Maybe like north or something.
Right, exactly. So
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily like disagreeing with you on anything. I'm a little bit worried about where the rhetoric is going, but you know, you might have a strong point here, dude.
right, I don't want no violence. I don't want anything
That's what
like
I'm worried
that.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There should be no violence between us. Nothing. We should just go our separate ways, because looking out through history, we have not mixed at all well together. We have not did anything. We haven't made any progress. Nothing like that. It's actually been very detrimental
Yeah.
to be around each other. So it's definitely time to get the fuck away from each other.
Yeah, I just want to point out, man, like so I strongly support a black state, strongly support what you're saying and what you're talking about. But I just want to point out like diamonds are Israel's like number one or number two export. They don't have any diamonds. They're stealing from black people.
Right.
So I just want to point in like I saw some TikTok live about what a wealthy Africa would look like. Well, Africa's actually wealthy if you just gave them the money for the shit you're stealing from them. Do you know what I mean?
So, can I say
Absolutely.
something here, please, everybody? You
Hold
know,
on, Peter. We don't overtalk on the panel. You got to wait your turn.
So I'm not anywhere like I'm not far apart from what you're saying at all, dude. At all. I'm just white. So like I'm like on the other side of this, but I'm not really disagreeing with you at all on any of this.
Yeah, I feel that. It's no type of, like I said, there shouldn't be any type of violence. It should just be a righteous separation, because, like I said, there's been no progress. And the only reason it's been no progress is because, again, we have two different psychological states of mind. we're not the same species, so we're not gonna mix well together. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm thinking a whole black state, like a state where black people can be like, all right, this is our state, with ports and like with just like give them a whole state, and then that's also could be included in like reparations. You like that could count. You know what I mean?
Truth, I don't want any type of money, no reparations. I want to live with the planet. I want to live with nature. I don't want any type of money, no type, none of that.
Well, yeah, but then they're gonna have to. Okay, okay, all right, fair enough. Well, I'm with you, man. I feel you. I'm gonna go on to someone else who I go yell at some libtards. If you say this to a Democrat, dude, I mean, you're basically Republican. No, nobody. I mean, if you say this to a Democrat, they're gonna lose their minds.
Yeah, because it's
Right. I don't get into
May I say
politics, but
something?
I'll take. Hold on, Kato. Kaz, Kamzat fan.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, go
Um,
ahead.
I am not yet convinced by your argument. My thing is, what do you define as a species? Because I think my definition of species is different than yours.
Right. I understand that you're gonna go off of the definition of because we can, procreate children, right? So with that wasn't always the case between us. That's the thing. Y'all wiped out two continents full of so-called black people with venereal diseases. And even today, when we actually have like try to have sex with each other or procreate, red blood cell hemolysis and hemolytic disease takes place with my people when we actually try to have sex with y'all. And that
You
wouldn't
mean
happen if
you
we
mean
were the
like
same species.
people that are mixed are more likely to like they die earlier, is what you mean?
Hold on, we can't say that up on here, but that's
Uh,
not necessarily what I'm
oh, I'm
talking
sorry.
about.
I'm sorry. I meant
Nah, you
unalive.
good. Nah, you good. You good. So that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. Hemolytic disease has to do with the red blood cells. So it's not about the child, but it's about the individual. So like I said, when our people try to have sex with y'all, red blood cell hemolysis and hemolytic disease takes place.
But what do you mean by that? Do you mean like it happens in the parents or in the offspring?
Right, it happened. Yeah, the parents.
So the parents have the hemorrhagic disease by being like by copulating with a partner of a different race, or I guess in the way you're defining it, a different species.
It happens to so-called black people when we try to procreate with anybody, not just so-called white people, but anybody outside of us.
So you're talking about sickle cell disease, if I'm correct, because that's typically the disease that I would think of that is associated with black people, like the
No, no, no. I
hemorrhagic
wouldn't say
disease.
sickle cell. Sickle cell does come from antigens being on the outside of our blood, which are not supposed to be there because we're not the producers of those those animal proteins. So my thing is, if we were actually the same species, none of this would take place.
No, but look, what I'm saying is that species, the way that it's scientifically defined, and I want to go off the scientific definition because that's like the best, barometer, because it's important to be precise with what you say so that you can proceed with the information that you know and that you can compare it to given studies and experimental observations that were observed in other situations that can inform what we're supposed to say. So when people say that black people are a different species than white people, that is just not correct because
Right.
people that are
Again,
mixed, but
right. Hold
listen,
on.
listen, but just hear me out.
Hold on. I just want to
People that
say
are
this real. I just want to clarify for the room. It's not a black and it's not a white thing. All right. So this is why I'm just saying so-called black or so-called white because that's what a lot of people identify with. It's actually a genetic thing. So if we go down to our genetics, we don't even share the same genes, nor do
no,
we have
but
this
but that
the
but
same.
that's not a requirement for two people to be a different species. What defines a different species
I mean, when you
scientifically?
get into biological speciation, yes, it does.
But listen, what I'm saying is what a species is a group of organisms that can reproduce, and then when they reproduce their offspring, those offspring can reproduce with any other organism within that group that you had defined originally. So,
Right. And
obviously
you
there's
know what?
exceptions. No, but listen, there's exceptions to that. Obviously, there's people that have trisomy 21 where they can't reproduce, but generally, in the typical definition, that's what it is. So I am not convinced, and I don't think I ever will be, that they're different
Right.
species.
And like I said before the 12th dynasty, there was no mixing, at least amongst my people with y'all. So the only reason why we can actually
Right,
reproduce or
but
procreate
back
with one another.
then, before the 12 dynasties,
Hold on. The
you
only
would still
reason
be
why
able to
we can
procreate.
reproduce or rope the only reason why we can procreate with each other today is because of introgression and hybridization.
Mm, I mean, no, because people in Africa that have never ever associated with a white person can reproduce completely normally with a white person in like a Nordic country that has never
Yeah,
interacted with a black
exactly.
person.
Like I said,
But
because of
that
introgression.
means that
Hold
they're the
on,
same species.
hold on. That's because of introgression and hybridization. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
at once upon a time, we could not reproduce. This is why y'all wiped out 2 continents full of so-called black people.
Bro, shut up, bro. We're all humans. Who
Right?
cares?
You're disconnected. But go ahead, bro.
Look, I'm just saying that the scientific definition, like I understand you're saying something different. I get that. I definition, like I understand you're saying something different. I get that. I get you're not like you're trying to make a larger, broader commentary that doesn't necessarily harp on the definition of species. But I'm saying definitions are important because it gives us a base reference where we can look at science and science tells us things, and using science, we can say this thing is true and this thing isn't true. But if we change the definition, then science becomes irrelevant. And what we're trying to say just becomes an argument. And I don't want to participate in that because I think that's retarded.
Saying if we basing it off of
I mean,
Eurocentric science, then
hold on. I'm gonna get to you. The other dude was here before you, brother, so I'm gonna get to you after. But I mean, you said you don't want to further, get into this, or what was you saying?
I'm saying that if you change the definitions of words, then you're not an intellectual. You're anti-intellectual, actually.
I'm not changing the definitions. I'm just giving you an
Well, I
example,
just
or
provided
I'm
you the
actually
definition
stating
of
you
a
with facts
species.
on
If
why
you didn't
we
study
are
during
not the
class,
same
it's not the rest
species.
of our
Because, like
responsibility.
I was saying, at one point in time, we could not reproduce, and I said the only
Okay,
reason we
but
can reproduce. Hold on,
back then
hold
aren't
on,
black
hold
people.
on,
That's not black
hold
people
on.
though. Like
The only
several
people,
million years ago.
the only reason why we can reproduce is because of introgression and hybridization. So I would urge you to go look into that so you can further understand why
You
I'm
you
saying
could
that we're
explain
not
it to
all
me
one
because
species.
that's the only thing that I think is holding up your argument right
This
now is the
well, the
vagueness of
thing
not
is,
knowing
this
what
live. Hold on,
introgression and other
this
thing
live.
was.
Hold on, this live is for people who already have a understanding of speciation, genetics, and biology.
Well, you
I
don't.
didn't make this live to teach
Right, that's
people
Well,
what
you,
I'm
well,
saying is
you
that you
certainly
don't.
do not.
You
speciation.
don't. That's the issue.
I'm saying
No,
you
I
most
do
likely
know
going off
intro. That's the
Eurocentric
only reason I
science.
brought it up. Like, I'm not
Nobody's
gonna
talking to you. Nobody's talking to
hold
you.
up, hold up.
You going off Eurocentric science. It's not
Hold
Nobody
on.
valid.
It's a
cares.
lot.
Nobody cares. Nobody
All right.
cares. Science is science. Science is
I'm
objective. It
gonna
doesn't
do
matter what you
this.
think.
Hold up. Stay on mute real quick. We have to put some order in here. Niggas keep over talking. So go ahead, calm. Finish your statement. Then we gonna move on to Cato. So go ahead. Finish your statement.
I'm a scientist, so definitions are important. When you say species, you're referring to a group of organisms that when they produce offspring, that offspring can reproduce with other offspring within that group, and they will always be able to reproduce. That is the case. You can see that in Brazil, you can see that everywhere. People that are mixed continue to reproduce. It necessitates that anybody who was black and who was white in their lineage were of the same species. That's how that works. There are, again, exceptions, like with trisomy 18 or with people that have some kind of sex disorder that they can't reproduce. But generally, that's what a species is. So, by that definition, by a species definition, and you can call it something else. You can call it race if you'd like to make a different argument, or you can say something else, but don't change the definitions of words to fit your narrative because that's anti-intellectual. Again, it is wrong. So I'm
All
not
right.
really
So
going to
like
try
I
to explain that
said,
to you again.
right, I got you. So like I said, I'm gonna give you the key words again. The only reason why we can reproduce today is because of introgression and hybridization. And
I
if you
mean, you
look at
haven't explained
hold
it
on,
yet.
let me
That's the
finish because
issue.
I didn't overtalk. I let you get your frequency out. So let me finish.
The issue is I'm
So
right and you're
I'm gonna
wrong. Like
all
it's
right,
really
bro. Like you can't stop over talking. You gotta calm it down a little bit. So my thing is, if you look amongst your people right now throughout the entirety of the world, y'all are actually becoming sterile. Your birth rate is declining. Y'all are being unalived by the sun at a mass rate because of UVC radiation is now ground level. So maybe you want to go look into that. So-called black
I mean,
people.
I'm
Hold on.
100%. I agree
So-called
with you
black
on that.
people. Okay, you can agree, but don't overtalk while I didn't overtalk you. You feel what I'm saying? So so-called black people are not having any issues like y'all underneath that sun because y'all never been on the planet when the ozone layer was removed. That's the thing because you don't possess
Right.
neuromelanin, you can't biosynthesize the sun.
Hey, let me
So
get
I
on top
would
of
go
that.
ahead. Hold on, Kato. I'm gonna get to you right after I say this. So I would have you go look into that because I get it going off of that definition, but you don't understand the entirety of the picture. You're just focused on that one definition. But I do want to move on. Abundance and gratitude. I appreciate you for coming up. Go ahead, Kato.
Just off that last point about like black people tolerating the sun better, it's literally just because you create more melanin, so that radiation doesn't get down to uh, your genetic makeup, like your DNA,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you don't get cancer because
Right. So
melanin.
do you understand that there's 5 different types of melanin?
I mean, we all have melanocytes that create melanin.
I'm asking you a question. Do you
But
know that hold
no, no,
on. Hold on.
this is irrelevant.
Hold on. Don't you gotta answer my questions. Like if you're gonna come up here and you wanna state something like that, we gotta actually understand the entirety of the picture, right? So do you understand that there is 5 different types of melanin?
There's not.
There is though.
Incorrect. That is
Yes, it is.
There's
Hold
not
on,
actually
hold
Hey,
on.
hey,
not
hey,
I'm
I'm
gonna
correct.
looking
state
up
them for
right
you
now
though,
the
just for the
five
room.
types.
Hold on. I'm gonna
There's
state them
one
just for the
melanin
Wait,
room.
molecule.
So I'm gonna
let me
remove
talk.
you because we're done with you. But Kato, so we have pyomelanin, allomelanin, eumelanin, pheomelanin, and neuromelanin. Those are the 5 different types. There's only 3 pertaining to the so-called humans, and that would be neuromelanin, eumelanin, and pheomelanin. So
Yeah.
the type of
Yeah.
melanin that you
Okay. I was under.
hold on.
I know. Yeah.
The
I
type
agree
of
with you.
melanin that you have is actually just explaining what type of DNA you have. Meaning, if I'm an animal, I'm gonna have, or if I'm an animal, if I have animal blood, I'm gonna have either eumelanin or pheomelanin. If I'm a so-called black person, I'm gonna possess neuromelanin, and I produce it in the third ventricle of the brain. So this
Sure.
is
I mean,
why the types of
everybody
melanin
does.
actually matter. You're saying, yeah, we all have melanocytes. That's cool, but what is the biological composition, or excuse me, the biochemical composition of that actual melanin, though?
Uh, I mean, we all have neuromelanin and
That's false,
eumelanin.
though, because y'all see,
It's
like I
made
said,
it's made in
hold on,
everybody's
let me
brain.
explain. So my thing is, so-called black people, we produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain, right? Which would be over there where your pineal gland is, right? So my thing is 85% of y'all are actually born with calcified pineal glands. And even if it's decalcified, you're not producing it in the third ventricle of the brain because the amount of neuromelanin that one actually produces is directly determined by genetics, which is a fact. So that's
Our
completely
pineal
false if you
gland,
say we all have neuromelanin.
the pineal gland just makes melatonin. Why? I don't understand your point.
False. Like I said, neuromelanin is produced in the third ventricle of the brain.
Okay, so what's your point? We all produce. This is such a weird side rant. I just want to get back to the main argument.
Right. I just want to say, unless you can, provide any type of have you been actually studying neuromelanin, or are you just going off of like a Google search?
I'm a pre-med student. I have a biology degree, and I'm in a medical program right now.
All right, so you
But
didn't even understand that there's 5 different types of melanin. Okay, go ahead, though.
yeah, but we were talking about humans. He had to
Right,
qualify
and
that
there's 3, and I was talking
there's
about the 3 pertaining to the so-called humans as well.
right,
So.
right. So, but this is besides the point. The main argument that we're a different species is like we're all by definition and genetically mapped to be Homo sapien. You're
Okay, so everybody wants to bring up Homo sapien. What does that actually mean? What's the etymology of the word?
I don't need to break down the word.
No, let's get the etymology since we're all Homo sapien. If you don't understand what that means, then of course you're going to keep bringing that shit up. So go ahead, explain to all 45 people in here what that actually means.
It's a scientific name for modern humans.
Nah, it don't mean modern humans. What does it mean, bro? Let's quit playing. You're a med student, right? Go ahead.
So early Homo sapiens, we have common ancestors, and we're just classified under the species Homo sapien. And do you want me to explain how you classify a species?
So you're not gonna tell us the definition of it, or
I just did. We're a species. It's a species, Homo sapien.
right? But what does the actual Homo sapien mean, though? Because that's extremely important.
In what context? Like the literal definition?
Yeah, like what it actually means, because it had, again, the Homo sapien has nothing to do with genetics nor biology. It's just going off of
No,
like.
it certainly does. Homo is a genus.
I mean, when it pertains to your haplogroup, yes, but it doesn't include so-called black people.
No, it does, because we're genetically identical.
No, we're not, because if we was genetically identical, we would undergo the same things. So-called black people, we don't undergo vestigial tails, hypertrichosis, or the SLOS phenotype.
Sure. There's different polymorphisms that are associated with different races, but we're for the most part overwhelmingly genetically identical.
Again, that's false, because like I said earlier, the type of melanin you have is explaining what type of DNA you have. Pheomelanin is a animal-based melanin, which is sulfur, ammonia, nitrogen oxide, and a little bit of carbon. We don't have the same biochemical composition as one another. So that's not correct.
In terms of the different types of melanin we have, I mean, we have
going off of the melanin. I was just talking about, the different biochemical composition, but like I said, your type of melanin is explaining what type of DNA you have at the end of the day. Because, like I said, if you're an animal, you're always going to have pheomelanin or eumelanin, because you have
So let's get off the melanin topic. We have the same.
Why are you running though?
Because there's way better examples we can talk about for why we're genetically identical.
But why do you want to run away from the type of melanin? Because the melanin, again, is explaining what type of DNA you have. So why are we just running away from that?
It's not type of DNA. It's genes.
Right, and DNA determines genes.
But can I bring up something that's way more applicable?
As he started the conversation off with
Hey, I knew what it was. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So
start the conversation.
So we have medications that work the same in black and white people.
Yeah,
because we have the same cellular machinery.
You're playing, bro. You're playing. No, that's because we have antigens on the outside of our blood cells, bro.
No. We all have the same cellular machinery that medications work on. That's why we don't have different medications for black and white people, because we all have literally the same cellular mechanisms, because we have the same genes.
Right, but what's her name? What was her name? She said they wanted to give so-called black people a whole different vaccine because of their immune system is completely different.
But it's not. We have the same immune system.
Oh, but they're making a completely different vaccine for so-called black people, right?
I'm not familiar with the vaccine you're talking about, but every other vaccine through the history of humans has been applicable to all races.
And guess what? It's been completely detrimental to so-called black people. That's the thing. And like I said, antigens do matter. Like, I don't know why you want to skip over that, Mr. Med student, but antigens on the outside of your blood matter.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Like blood types? A antigens, B antigens, A, B. Like we all have the same blood types too.
Right, that's animal. That's when they say so-called black people have animal DNA. We don't have any animal DNA. We just have antigens. Now, when it comes to y'all are actually the producers of animal proteins.
Do you know what an antigen is?
Yep.
What's an antigen?
The antigen is it's on the outside of the blood cell, and it determines your blood type.
No, I mean, yes, that's a type of antigen, but antigen is any substance that triggers the immune system. So anything.
Right.
COVID has a spike protein. That's an antigen. Right. Like antigens exist on the surface of every cell.
I'm referring to the ones that determine blood type, obviously. Like, let's not play around. Come on.
Wait, repeat what you just said?
I said let's not play around. Let's go ahead and come on. Like I was referring to the ones that determine blood type, bro. That's all. So come on,
Right.
let's
But like
get back on
you
track.
and you and I could have the same exact blood type, and if you were in the hospital losing hemorrhaging a ton of blood, if we had the same blood type, I could give you my blood and it would be fine.
Right, because you put antigens on the outside of my cells. Like it's not natural for those antigens to be there for so-called black people. That's what I'm saying.
No, they're inherently there. They're there when you're born.
Right, that came from the graping of the so-called black woman. But
listen,
hold on. Before we ever even came into contact with you people, we never had those.
But we all came from a common ancestor in Africa and migrate. Like
What common ancestor is that?
We're going back to the Homo sapien thing. Like our species, that is defined as having our.
Right, not a problem. What's the name of the common ancestor?
I mean, not a common ancestor, just our first documented
ancestor. You know what? I'm not even finna. If you're saying that your people descend from the so-called black woman, that's complete cap. Because I need you to explain how the type of melanin, meaning our biochemical composition, completely changed from us going into the code. I need you to explain that.
Meaning what? Are we going back to the melanin thing?
Absolutely, because that matters.
Well, black people and white people have eumelanin. We have the same melanin.
No, we don't have eumelanin because eumelanin is still animal melanin. And again, so-called black people have no animal DNA.
What do you talk? We have the same DNA. Do you know what DNA is? It's just nucleotides.
Absolutely.
It's just 4 different nucleotides that create genetic.
Let me handle this.
Nah, I'm gonna get to y'all. Just hold on. So my thing is, you're saying that we have the same DNA. So-called black people have no animal DNA.
We have the same DNA as.
Hold on. Nor do we have the same cellular type, or the cell type. I mean, excuse me.
That's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Right. Obviously, this is a debate, right? We
yeah,
but each other. Of course, we're not saying the same thing. So I need you to explain to me how the eukaryotic cell got on the planet.
That's we're diving into like theology now and God.
That's not theology. How did the eukaryotic organism get on the planet? That's not theology. That's what your fucking scientists are trying to fucking figure out. And their only explanation is electroporation, electrofusion.
They talk about like organic or inorganic material making organic material, but how that assembled into a life
spontaneous generation. Yeah,
right. No one knows that because it's impossible to prove that life just spontaneously organized itself into a coherent organism. This is this is not
starting to look kind of true if you really look at it though, because you're still not explaining how the eukaryotic organism got on the planet though.
No one knows that. That's why.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. See, hold on. I'm so glad you said that, bro. Because a lot of people come up here and they try to give all these different explanations on how the fuck the eukaryotic organism got on the planet. Nobody fucking knows. And that's what you are made up. You are a multicellular complex cell organism, and the sun is actually removing all eukaryotic organisms off the planet. Why is that? That's what I'm saying.
It's not. What are you talking about? The sun is not killing any. It's giving people cancer, and I mean predominantly people that don't.
It's not.
I mean, yeah, UV radiation does kill people. But
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Cancer. So UVC radiation is actually removing it's damaging the DNA inside of the nucleus of the cell of a eukaryotic organism. So my thing is that is happening amongst your people. Why is that happening only amongst your people? And don't say, oh, it's because we don't produce enough melanin like y'all do. It's not about that. Y'all actually have a abnormal amount of pheomelanin, which is animal-based melanin. So I need you to explain that shit right there, Mr. Pre-Med.
No, it's because your genes code to have more melanin. It doesn't matter the composition of melanin because
Bro, we all have
melanin.
an abundance of melanin, bro. I'm literally like you, bro. You have an abnormal amount of pheomelanin, which is animal melanin, sulfur, ammonia, nitrogen oxide, and a little bit of carbon. That's the basis of your biochemical composition of your melanin. So my thing is, it's completely different from so-called black people. We actually absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum. Y'all don't. The only thing y'all are getting from the sun is vitamin D. And when y'all put on that damn sunscreen, which is unintentional blackface, that shit doesn't even allow you to absorb the vitamin D. So let's talk about that.
What do you mean by animal melanin? Like, you understand we're all
Like
animals.
I said,
I got a quick question.
animals have pheomelanin. That's why I'm saying animal-based melanin, because that's the type of melanin that all animals have. Either
we have more pheomelanin, but
The thing is I think there's a couple things getting missed here, because he's saying that we're the same, but it really comes down to the genome sequencing. He has a 6 genome sequence. We have a 15. But but let's stick on your topic, what you're talking about, because he brought up Homo sapiens, right? And they keep saying Homo sapiens on this platform. But what's your name? Saito? Cato, where did the term Homo sapien come from?
Genealogists.
Who?
Just people who study the field. Latin. It's Latin.
No, it comes from Carl Linnaeus. Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish biologist and physician.
I mean, yeah, a scientist.
Right, that's a fact. Yeah, he's a Swedish biologist and a physician. But he coined the term. He coined it. He didn't prove it. He coined the term Homo sapien. As a matter of fact, this is a document right here. This is easy search. It shows that Homo sapien doesn't even have a true type specimen. Do you know what a type specimen is?
I know how to classify a species. It's just a group.
I didn't ask you if you know how to classify a species, but I asked you, do you know what a type specimen is?
Enlighten me. I'm sure I know the term, but I guess
a type specimen, verbatim. This is the definition of a type specimen. I mean, I would figure you're a student and you would know, but I know it verbatim off the top of my head. A type specimen is a preserved specimen designated as a permanent reference for a new species. That's verbatim.
Sure. So yeah, it's a type.
Okay. So if you don't have a type specimen for Homo sapien, how are you up here talking about Homo sapien still?
So you're saying a type specimen is just a reference specimen. That's what you're saying.
I'll say it again. This is the verbatim definition of type specimen. If you look it up right now, it will tell you. It says a type specimen is a preserved specimen designated as a permanent reference.
Right.
For a new species.
So it's a benchmark specimen. It's something.
It's the specimen for the species.
Yes.
So if you don't have the specimen, how do you have a new species called Homo sapien? And
we did.
Excuse me. That's not even the kicker. The kicker is, how did you attach the L haplogroup? How did you attach the L haplogroup to a specimen that you don't even have? Then migrated out of the bottom of Africa as the progenitor haplogroup to all other haplogroups. Can you explain that? That's the real question. Damn all the other genetics and the semantics. How'd you do that?
It's an ethical issue, man. You can't. It's not like
we not. Hell no, we ain't doing over talking up here. So
please answer. I would love to know. I have those documents if you need me to provide them. If you want to put me on the big screen, I got them.
I think there's a lot of unnecessary wordsmithing going on.
Wordsmith, I asked you, how did they attach the L haplogroup to a specimen that they don't have and then migrated out of the bottom of Africa as the progenitor specimen to all other specimens?
So are you saying
it shows that where they said that all the haplogroups come from is not real? So you got to explain that. That's a huge discrepancy, my friend.
When you say a specimen we don't have, you're meaning like we don't have a record of that specimen? Is that what?
Now you're acting slow, but you're a student. Look, I started off what I said. I said there is no true type specimen for Homo sapien, right? Then I gave you the actual exact definition of type specimen and what it means. So now you're playing dumb or what?
No, we are all what do you mean we don't have a type specimen? We're all a benchmark specimen.
There is no, you can't. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed. You see what he just did? He tried to just make it up out of air. No, you're not all a benchmark specimen. If you're saying that specimen migrated out of a certain place as Homo sapien, you're saying Neanderthal eventually got smart enough to be Homo sapien is basically what you're saying here. Right?
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. But you don't have a type specimen for Homo sapien. So how could you even how can you talk about a Homo sapien?
I think you are misunderstanding what a type specimen is.
Dude, I just gave you the exact definition. It's a preserved specimen.
Yeah, but
you don't have the preserved specimen.
I don't think you know what that means. A type.
Look. Yes, I do.
You gave me the definition, but I don't think you fundamentally.
I'm gonna explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. This later, when I go out into the field, right? I'll explain it to you, and like you're a third grader, right? If I go out, I'm a scientist, and I go out into the field, and I see something that no one has ever seen before, right? I take a specimen, a type specimen of that. That is the preserved specimen of that species. I put it in the freezer, okay? You don't have nothing in the freezer like that, boss.
Because we're on a continuum of evolution.
What about that one?
Hold on. Hey, can I answer that question?
Like early Homo sapiens.
All right, so Cato, you said that we're continuing with evolution,
right? Because
again, let's go. Hold on. So first of all, we don't see evolution taking place today whatsoever at all.
Because there's no environment.
Yeah, we do in that one island. They have.
Hold on, that you over talking. You gotta go. I literally just told y'all chill.
That's not true either. Because you can look at a pig. It never happens like that. It's observable reality. If you take a pig, a domesticated pig, and you let him go, he'll turn into a boar eventually. So they always go back to original form, not into something else. So it's scientifical, and you're lying.
About what? Evolution?
Right. Yes, they're going to go back to the original form. Like I just said, if you have a pig and a domesticated pig, he'll look like a regular pig. But if you let that pig go and let him go back into the wild, he'll turn into boar and get
because environmental pressures.
So you're lying.
No,
you're lying.
Environmental pressures.
You're lying.
Literally change.
That's already within this DNA, bro. Like so.
So wait.
Let's get it. Let's get. All right, so let's
do evolution isn't real.
Why? Hold on. Why is the eukaryotic cell being removed? Like we already confirmed you don't know where the fuck the eukaryotic cell came from. So I gotta ask you, why is it being removed from the planet by UVC radiation?
Because UVC radiation is inherently damaging to DNA. It doesn't matter if you're white or black. DNA.
So-called black people are not suffering from the sun
because melanin is protective, and you have a higher amount of melanin.
No, melanin doesn't protect us from the sun. It actually it absorbs the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Right. So that radiation doesn't get to the genetic material.
Right.
And you guys have more.
Why is this dude even up here? This dude don't even know what a type specimen is, man. But up here,
no, I definitely do. I certainly do.
We don't have more melanin. We have a completely different type of melanin.
That's not true. We both have.
Okay. If it's not true, to explain why our biochemical composition is different, then bro, you're not explaining that. You just keep saying that y'all have less melanin, we just have more of it. But you're not explaining why the biochemical composition is different.
Because environmental, people that stayed in Africa, there was a constant exposure from the sun, and sun stimulates melanocytes to create.
Okay, but hold on. It's not even just an African thing. So-called black people over here in America have produced the same type of melanin.
Right.
So
because
it's not
because
about
you have that
the exposure
exposure
of the sun, bro. It's not about that. It's about the biochemical composition. And you're not explaining me how animal-based melanin or excuse me, you're not explaining how so-called black people neuromelanin changed into pheomelanin, which is animal-based melanin. That don't make any sense. It never fucking happened because you want to know why? Because you can't explain how the fuck we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. You can't explain that shit.
It didn't happen. That's why. Because these are animal race of people. That's why. He's an animal race of people, and he tried to hide it through the science. Science is colonization.
Right.
Yo.
So Kato, your people, the eukaryotic organisms share DNA with multiple, not just one animal, but multiple different types of animals to actually make up your organism. This is what eukaryotic cells are. Complex cell organisms that share genetic material from different organisms in order to make up its organism. That's what you are. So I need you to explain why
So
that is
are you
being
not,
removed from the planet by the sun.
wait, are you saying you're not a eukaryote?
Nope.
You're not made of
Because he's an
you're
ape
not,
race of
you're
people,
not a
and they used to
eukaryote?
live in the caves. When the sun comes back, they got to go back to the caves, man. That's what happens in the sun cycles. They are the ape race of people, man. And they lived in the caves. They followed us around the whole world, and they would take us. They're number one in doing that today. They would take our people. They started taking the albino people into the caves and making them have babies. That's how they upgraded themselves from out of the ape race into being looking like homeboy right now. But if he take that shirt off, he got a polo sweater up underneath there.
Bruh.
He knows it.
What did you want to ask?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that you're
I'm
hairy as hell still today. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and
your beard connects to your chest, the whole thing.
Right, brother. Hold on, I'm glad that brother brought that up.
Let me turn my camera on.
Hold on, Kato.
Exactly.
Hold on, Kato.
Exactly.
Hold on.
I have no hair,
So,
bro.
Kato,
I'm hairless.
Kato.
The only
All right,
What?
so can you explain why only the eukaryotic cell organisms undergo hypertrichosis?
What do you mean, like making a bunch of hair? What are you talking about?
How come y'all are the only ones that undergo hypertrichosis? You know the question, bro. Come on.
We don't. That's not specific to white people.
Yes, I mean, I never said it was just white people. I said the eukaryotic cell organism.
I'm sure it's a genetic anomaly why you would.
Yeah, it came from animal DNA, bro. Let's cut the shit.
Which you have, which we all have.
Okay, if so-called black people have animal DNA, why don't we phenotypically present as any animal? You can't find an animal. Hold on. You can't find an animal within nature that has so-called black people's hair. You cannot find an animal in nature that has the type of melanin that so-called black people have. All so-called black people share one base phenotype, which would be our hair and our neuromelanated skin, because we all stem from that totipotent stem cell from the so-called black woman.
I guess I didn't understand your question. What are you asking me?
Where is an animal in nature that has so-called black people's hair or skin, bro?
If we took your genetics, right? We mapped
No,
listen.
Answer the question.
If I am. If we took your genetics from your cells and then we took from any animal on the planet, it does not matter. You're going to share a certain amount of DNA.
And again, I was saying that was antigens earlier, but you tried to say antigens don't matter. We got the type of antigens that you see today all come from the same animals that you share DNA with. The pig, chimpanzee, cows, chickens, all that shit. That's literally, it can be traced back to those antigens can be traced back to those animals
that you also have.
Right, we have that's on the outside of our blood. You're the producers of animal proteins. So-called black people, we don't have animal DNA, nor are we the producers of animal proteins.
No, you are, because
80% of their population has a calcified pineal gland. Explain that and why we only have a 5% and you have an 80% calcification in your pineal gland, which is where the melanin, which is melanin. So it's really not that much about your skin. It's about the melanin that's in your pineal gland and your activation to this whole light and dark cycle, which 80% of your population does not have activation. Or your pineal gland is in full blown atrophy. Like you can hear it in your voice right now. I can hear yours in your voice.
I was talking.
If my pineal gland was completely calcified, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep. I'd make no melatonin.
Right here,
it don't matter if it's decalcified. You're still
Why don't you put me on the big screen,
neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain. That's what I'm saying. And like I said,
I got that
neuromelanin,
document.
the amount of neuromelanin that one individual actually like, the production of it is all determined by genetics, which that's a scientific fact. And you
I
don't
agree.
possess
I
hold on,
agree.
you don't possess the genetics to actually produce that. This
So
is why y'all are actually.
are you saying
This
white
is
people
hold
don't
on.
have
This is why y'all are undergoing acute body radiation. This is why you are undergoing photodermatitis, which that one's straight definitely for y'all photodermatitis. You don't see so-called black people suffering from the sun like y'all do. The only reason my brothers and sisters are suffering in the sun is because they're eating directly against their genetic makeup. They're eating the same animals that y'all are spliced with. That's the only reason that we're undergoing all that.
on that.
Man, let me show him this document and let him answer this question right here, dude. Because the 80%, this document is right here. I don't want these people being able to deny that, John. Here's the document, homie. It proves 80% right there. It's right here. You can go look it up, boss. Right here. Right here. Europeans, you have 60 to 80%. Dr. Richard Kings. Go look this up. When we talk about the cultural differences between the indigenous scholars,
Richard
some
King
raise
is a
the question of
neuroscientist
Europeans'
as well.
approach. That of a logical, erect, rigid, anti-feeling posture reflects that left brain orientation and reflects they lack a chemical key, melatonin, to turn on their subconscious, therefore cannot get into feelings. Carol Barnes writes, melanin is responsible for the existence of civilization, philosophy, religion, truth, justice, righteousness. Like, brother, if you lack that, how did you civilize anything? You're 80%. Answer that, bro. You don't have the melanin that you keep talking about. It ain't your skin color.
No, I certainly do have melanin because if I sit in the sun, I'll get a suntan.
We're not talking about suntans. We're talking about your activation. The melanin in your pineal gland is what matters. Don't matter what your skin is. You're missing the point.
No, white people still have melatonin activation, and we don't have dysfunctional pineal glands.
Yes, you do.
Okay,
yes, you do. I
Wow.
just showed it. Yes, you
hold on, brother. So if y'all actually possess neuromelanin, how come you cannot biosynthesize the sun, and why are you undergoing acute body radiation, photodermatitis, melanoma, all these things that have to do with the sun? Why are you undergoing that?
What do you mean biosynthesize the sun? What am I, a plant? What are you talking about?
So you don't know about? Yes, if you possess neuromelanin, you biosynthesize.
Yeah, we do biosynthesize.
Okay, then why are your people being removed from the planet then?
You guys keep saying this. What does that even mean?
Bro,
I mean, the sun is killing
people that look just
the
like you,
baby.
that share your same biological composite or your biochemical composition, are being removed from the planet, bro, because you can't absorb that electromagnetic
on
spectrum.
this specific point. We're just going to keep talking in circles.
Because you don't. I mean, you're playing around, bro. That's the thing. Like, you've been playing around this whole time. That's the thing. You didn't even understand that there are 5 different types of melanin. You just said, "Oh, we all produce melanin."
No. That's not why. Because we were talking specifically about humans.
No, bro. I didn't. No, we wasn't. I just asked you, did you know that there was 5 different types of melanin? And you said no, there's not. Literally,
yeah, I was thinking in context of humans.
I mean, even with humans, hold on. Even with humans, you were saying that we all had the same type of melanin when we don't.
Yo,
and
can I ask a question real quick?
The biochemical composition is completely different from so-called black people and everybody else outside of us. You still ain't explained that. You said it was because of the environment. Nah, nigga, we not falling for that. It's because the black people have been across this entire planet, and they still share that same they still share the same composition as people in Africa. So stop that.
Because their ancestors spent hundreds of thousands of years in a place that had more.
Playing, bro. I promise you.
What are you talking about?
You're playing around.
Literally, what it changes your.
So you don't know how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. You said you don't know how the fuck that happened, but it happened somehow. So you can't explain to me how the biochemical composition is different besides saying, "Oh, we went to a different area." Like, nah.
Yeah, for hundreds. If you are in a different climate for hundreds of thousands of years, your genetics are going to be different than mine. If I grew up in an area that had no UV radiation, your genetics will compensate for that to be protected.
Okay. Again, so-called black people possess no animal DNA. that out of Africa theory is completely false. Why the fuck would I actually be a sun-based person eating fruits from trees, eating vegetables on my land, and I would go to a colder climate and actually stay there? That don't make any fucking sense. Like, I don't get why y'all people run with this weak ass rhetoric.
Well, that's where that eugenics
Hold
again.
on. I'm gonna get to you. Actually,
wait, restate your last point. I
actually, I just spent a lot of time. My man 3 Rob been he been
just
waiting.
give him the
So
genetic
I'm gonna
marker,
get
bro.
to
Stop lying and give him
language. I already done banned you on my other account. So
give him the genetic marker.
Hold on. The genetic markers are,
give him the genetic marker.
Get your ass off my live. Genetic markers are just sequences, and these people still share DNA sequences with animals. Now go look up that. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, we all do.
Nah, you do.
You do too.
Because your hair, I can find your hair in nature. I can find your skin in nature. I can't find my shit in nature. So let's talk about that. You want to play around and just go off of what you've been indoctrinated with, but you it's like you're using cognitive dissonance to just try to dispute all the facts that I've been laying out. You can't tell me how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. You can't explain how the fuck we went from haploids to diploids. You can't explain how neuromelanin.
These are all questions that
can't explain how neuromelanin changed into fucking pheomelanin. So therefore, you're cooked, bro. There's nothing else you can say. I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Hey, abundance and gratitude, bro. Go ahead, 3 Raw.
Yeah, but that was a lot, bro. That was a lot. I ain't gonna lie.
Let's stay on the topic. Are we all one species?
Yeah. Oh, we definitely not all one species.
I mean, if y'all don't come off of mute just to say some dumb shit, I'm gonna just block you. Simple as that.
No, it ain't dumb. It's actually on the.
Yeah, get off my live. Go ahead, 3 Raw.
Yeah, I was really just coming.
What's the white tea obsession, man?
Talking about that, but
actually get off my live. Go ahead, bro. Are we all one species? My fault.
No, we not all one species.
Absolutely. Go ahead and explain that biologically and genetically.
Okay, biologically, like as Mr. Earthies was speaking, he was saying there is no what's the word? Like eukaryotic. That's what it's called. Like specimen at all. There's no specimen at all that shows that these people was on this planet from the jump. So how in the world is everybody the same species or same in general if there's no history and like no body that shows y'all was even on the planet, from the jump? So that doesn't even make sense. Then and plus it's 5 types of melanin, and only certain people can contain that type of melanin to be able to live on the planet. And the planet is also killing people on a rapid
F1 in the chat. We can't say that, bro. You gotta say unalive.
Oh yeah. But my bad. F1. You know what I'm saying? But the main thing is that this is not no hate jump, bro. This is like just literally debunking what has been pushed on people because Eurocentric science only backs their ideology. You know what I'm saying? So like once like black people start saying something that's not, I like it correlates to, like Eurocentric science, then it's automatically false. It's automatically like, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true because the main people that's controlling the planet and the knowledge that's getting pushed around are so-called white people. So of course their whole story is gonna be backed by them. Like, I feel like this is common sense, bro.
Right. Okay. Abundance. And I see a lot of people that from my other page up in the comments, y'all niggas have already been debunked. Y'all can't explain how we went from haploids to diploids. You can't explain how the fuck the eukaryotic cell organism got on the planet. You can't explain why the fuck so-called black people genes don't express in any way like an animal, but you claim we have animal DNA. You can't explain why red blood cell hemolysis or hemolytic disease takes place when so-called black people try to sleep outside of their species. You can't explain none of that shit, but you want to come in here saying the same dumbass shit. But anyways, who go ahead, Nikki.
Yes, I just want to say we're not the same species because people with Rh negative blood, they don't carry a certain gene that people with Rh positive blood carry. So I just wanted to say that. I'm AB negative. So I don't carry the monkey gene.
Right, but you still phenotypically present as an animal. Like I said, that
well, I don't
blood
care.
type. Hold on. all that shit, that just goes back into animals and is explaining what type of antigens you have, like when it comes to blood type. So we're gonna actually talk about genetics. How come I can find your hair and your type of skin within nature? Why do you have an abnormal amount of pheomelanin, which is animal-based melanin? So why is that the case if you don't have any type of monkey genes or animal genes?
I mean, because ask a scientist, I have my blood type. I have proof of my blood type. I have proof of my DNA.
Right.
My family were colonizers. My family, one of my great whatever grandfathers was the third proprietary governor of Maryland, and they had slaves. And I mean, I don't know. I didn't do any of that shit. But
Right.
I'm just saying.
Absolutely. I'm not blaming you for any of that. That's why I don't come up here talking about slavery. I don't that was a choice. But guess what though? Still, you're not explaining why you can find your hair on.
I mean, but I don't know. I'm not God.
You
I'm
can't
not
explain
God.
why you can't explain why you have a abnormal amount of pheomelanin, which again is animal based melanin, and the type of melanin you have is just explaining what type of DNA you have. So you can't explain that.
I mean, I'm not God. I'm not a scientist. Like, I don't know. Like, I was just saying, yeah, we're different species because of my blood type. And I guess because I'm white and I'm like European and North African. I mean, I don't know what you are, but I mean, yeah, I think we're
Right,
all.
and all that shit don't matter. That's just
I'm
land
not
masses.
insulted.
That's
If
why I
you're
talk
trying,
again.
but listen, I'm
Hold
not trying to
on.
be mean. But if you're trying to
Right.
insult me, I'm not
Nobody's
insulted.
being
I love being white. I think I'm beautiful.
right. Absolutely, you should love being yourself. But again, me and you are not the same at all. So we should not be mingling with each other. My children shouldn't be inside of your schools. My children shouldn't be medically or psychologically evaluated by you people because we are not the same species. Y'all
Oh,
have
I
animal.
have a
Hold on,
white
hold on,
husband.
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
date
on.
black guys. I
Y'all
never
have
have.
right. So y'all have animal DNA. So-called black
Mhm.
people have no type of animal DNA. Nobody can prove that we have animal DNA.
Uh-huh.
So my question is, how did the eukaryotic cell organism get on the planet?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not God. I have no idea. I really
Right.
don't.
You keep saying that. This
But
is
I
what's
mean, but
inside.
you,
This is
but
your
well, why don't
genetics
you
right
tell
here.
me your answer then? Why don't you, if you know
You're a
the
hold
answer,
on.
then tell me.
You're a eukaryotic organism, a
Okay.
multicellular organism
You want me to
that
kill?
took
You want me to
genetic
unalive
information from other organisms to make up its own organism. So my question is, you're coming up here trying to differentiate yourself from the people with Rh positive. Them still they share animal DNA just like you do.
Well, so do you. If you're RH, if you
Okay,
carry
explain
the
why we.
monkey
Okay,
gene,
not a
baby.
problem.
I'm not trying to be mean,
Right,
but if you
right.
carry the
Okay.
monkey gene,
Hey, absolutely. So explain to all 350 people in
Mhm.
here how so-called black people have animal DNA if we don't phenotypically present as any animal.
I mean, I have no idea. I just know what I know about
No,
my
so you're
blood
just talking
type
after the fact.
because I'm AB negative. So I know about me. I'm not researching things about other people because that's kind of like their problem. I'm not
I
trying to be
mean,
mean, but like, I couldn't care
I mean,
less.
you either have prokaryotic cells or eukaryotic cells. You're either from
So do
that
you want me to
specific
just say, hey,
cell
I'm a
type
dog?
or you're
I'm
from
a
the other.
dog. I'm a dog. Does that make you feel better? Does it? If it does, I will. You can call me a dog all day long. You can just bark
It's not about that. See, you're getting extremely defensive and
because you're
emotional.
like wanting me
We're
to
speaking.
say, I'm going to unalive my.
Hold on, Nikki. Hold on, Nikki. You're over talking. My thing. I'm not saying this to make you upset, and I'm not saying this to be rude. We're speaking real shit in here. If you read the title, it said facts over feelings. I don't care about your feelings. So my thing is, there are people with animal DNA on the planet right now that is being removed by the sun by UVC radiation, and that's not so-called black people. That's all I'm gonna say. So it seems to me that you don't have any type of information on the topic. You just wanted to come up here and express your frequency, which that's fine. But I will have to go ahead and move on. Abundance and gratitude. Uh, go ahead, Jake.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, what's up? So what is your like what are you trying to argue? Because I'm
Are
just a
we
little
all
bit lost.
are we all one species?
I think yeah.
Okay,
I
can you
think I would
explain
have to
that?
say yes.
Right. So can you
So
explain that biologically and genetically?
yeah, so the only reason I say that, and the only reason I came on here is because I'm in a class, right? I'm in college, and I'm in a class right now, which I'm not gonna try and like argue much biologically because I'm just not that versed in it. I'm an engineer. Um, but I'm in a class right now called Race and Ethnic Relations, and like one of the first things that we learned that's like the pillar of the class is that race is not biological at all, and that there
Absolutely. Absolutely.
yeah, and that there's nothing that biologically separates different races of people, and like you can't like no you won't be able to find a scientist or any scholar that will tell you that we are genetically different enough to be different species.
Right.
So,
So again, so-called black people possess no animal DNA, but everybody else outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA, meaning
I,
that we
I would
don't
just
even
have to disagree with
share
that.
we don't even share this. Okay, if you would disagree, can you show me an animal in nature that we don't predate, that we evolve from?
No, I mean, I don't really particularly ascribe to macroevolution. I mean, he's like Darwinism has been debunked for a while, but
All right, so
I
you're
do.
not.
What's up?
What are you going off of?
What do you mean?
Like, do you believe in evolution, God, Yahshua? Like, what do you believe in?
Yeah. No, I don't really think that macroevolution is substantiated by any corroborative evidence. I'm a creationist. Yeah, I believe that we were all created intrinsically in the image of God.
Okay, so we weren't all created in the image of God because we don't all share the same genetics. That's the thing. See, again, like I was saying to the person before you, I can find everybody else's hair in nature besides so-called black people's hair.
You give an
That's the
example of that?
thing. For example, fucking dogs, the end of a horse's tail, and I'm not being smart or hatred when I say that. That's just I'm just being real. And we can actually find the type of melanin that you have within these animals as well, which is pheomelanin, and the biochemical composition is completely different from that of so-called black people's melanin.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's just not enough substantial evidence to say that you're an entirely different species. Because if you look at the genetic makeup of, like, there was in the same class that I was talking about before, there was a documentary that we watched where they had these high school kids that were doing genetic experiments, and so everybody in the class they had them like take a genetic sample like a cheek swab
Mm-hmm.
and and then they put it into like an electrophoresis modulator or whatever. I can't remember what it's called. But they had them like predict in the beginning, like based off of their different races, like who they thought they would be more closely related to. And they ended up finding through the experiment that there was absolutely nothing to do with race that would make somebody more closely related genetically. And also like
We can't hear you if you're off the app, Jake.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. But like I know you're saying like black people don't have any animal DNA, but like humans don't have any animal DNA. Like nobody does. Like we can
I
be
mean,
closely related to different genetic species, but that doesn't mean that we have that DNA. Like we don't make
y'all
animal
have animal.
proteins.
See, yeah, y'all share animal genes.
What do you mean share? Like that they're
Like it's a,
similar?
it's a
The genetic
scientific
makeup is
fact
similar?
that hold on, it's a scientific fact that so-called humans share animal genes and they share animal DNA. And this is why y'all like your people, and I'm not just talking about so-called white people. I mean the
Who's
entirety
my people?
of right. So I'm talking about all eukaryotic organisms. So all of them, or at least within the so-called humans of eukaryotic organisms, they all undergo hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, the SLOS phenotype, and it's another one. It's aqua something, and this doesn't happen to so-called black people, and that's a byproduct of sharing animal genes or sharing animal DNA.
What do you mean by share?
Y'all share animal DNA.
Can you expound on that though? What do you mean that we share it?
Y'all share
Like that you can find it in another species and that there's a similarity, or that we, what do you mean?
So do you not know what sharing DNA is, or
Well, I just want to be clear on what you're asserting. So, like, what do you mean?
I'm asserting that everybody outside of so-called black people shares animal DNA with multiple different types of animals to make up their organism.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Basically saying that
I'm
your
just
body
looking
is
at you.
spliced with multiple animal specimens.
So you're saying
Chimera,
that like you're saying that like
chimerism.
Hold
You,
on. What'd you say, Jim?
I said
uh
chimerism.
oh, chimerism. Oh, I don't
Nah, I'm not implying. Don't
I
speak
was
for me. That's the thing.
I was about to say that's definitely pseudoscience.
So, what was you saying, Jake? I don't even fucking remember.
Um, well, I don't really know, but like, are you insinuating that like black people are prokaryotic?
Absolutely.
How?
So-called black people, we have 150 trillion cells. Asians have around 75 trillion, and then Caucasians have around 50 trillion cells. And out of those 100 trillion cells that so-called black people have are all prokaryotic. And the 50 trillion stem from the so-called black woman's totipotent stem cell and is programmed by neuromelanin.
Can you cite like some sources of where you got that? Because I don't like I feel like when I learned about prokaryotic versus eukaryotic, prokaryotic meant it was a unicellular organism. So how are you a unicellular organism? Just like,
So think of the function, bro.
what do you mean?
Think of the actual functionality of the cell.
Like what part of it?
The functionality of the prokaryotic cell. See, all of our genes or our cells stem from one embryological origin. But with y'all, the eukaryotic organisms, it has genetic material from multiple different organisms to create its organism. And that's the difference. And this is why the eukaryotic cell organism is being removed from the planet by UVC radiation.
Well, I don't think that eukaryotic cells have originations from other eukaryotic cells.
Uh,
Like I think each eukaryotic cell is genetically like unique.
right, because it has material from different organisms to make up its organism. Unless you
Where,
can explain to us how the eukaryotic cell got here.
well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I don't think anybody came from eukaryotic or prokaryotic cells. I think we were created.
That's false because everybody's either there's only two cell types on the planet, which would be prokaryotic and eukaryotic. That's the
Right.
thing.
So how does that mean that we weren't created?
No, I'm not denying that you were created. You were definitely created, but you didn't come through Earth's natural evolution like so-called black people.
What do you mean? Can you expound on that?
So-called black people naturally evolved with the Earth and the cosmos, but with everybody else outside of us either came through mixed breeding, grape, or they was genetically engineered.
By who?
I guess the God that you serve. I mean, he goes by many names.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's the same thing. Like you can't
Right. So
prove
it
that
was
in the
a.
same way
I
that I
know
can't
for.
prove that
Hold
I
on.
was
I know
created,
for a
you know?
fact that it was
May
an
I chime in
organism.
though? For that.
Hold on, brother. I'm gonna get to you. All right. So I know for a fact that it was an organism. I mean, if we go from the oldest creation story, what was his name? It was either Enki or Enlil. One of them
Utnapishtim.
created y'all, but he wrote his name within a lot of these religious books.
Which religious books?
A lot of them. The
Which
Bible,
ones?
Quran,
Who's mentioned in the Bible?
Yahweh,
Enki?
Yahweh. No, I was just saying he wrote his name like he goes by many different names. It's not just Like,
So what, I don't know, I feel like you're talking about different entities and completely different creation stories. Because like the oldest creation story that we know about
is the
is
Sumerian text right?
the Epic of Gilgamesh and like the uh what's it called? Starts
The
with an
oldest
E.
human
Enuma
creation story.
Elish.
Hold on. The oldest human creation story is the Sumerian text.
Okay, well,
So
let's
and
get back
they
to the
said
actual.
they said that y'all was genetically modified by extraterrestrials, the Anunnaki, which just means those who came from above. This is where you get your Yakub from. Yakub just means subplanter. So my thing is, what,
Emerald tablets.
right? Hold on, sister.
Uh,
So
okay. But so the only thing I'm going to circle back to, and then I'll let somebody else go, is the reason why I wanted to come on here is I feel like it's highly, highly detrimental to assert the what you're asserting, because then like the reason why I brought up the first point that I did is that like I said, the reason that the first thing we learn in that class is that race is not biological
right, and I'm
in
not
any way,
talking
which is
about
what.
race. I'm talking about genetics. And when we get down
Okay,
to it,
well,
y'all are
species.
hold on. Y'all are eukaryotic organisms, and when you look up what eukaryotic means, it means true seeded nucleus. So my thing is, y'all was truly seated in this reality. You didn't come here naturally, and this is why, again, the sun UVC radiation is removing your species off the planet.
Okay, but I'm gonna finish what I was saying real quick. But um, the reason why I think it's highly detrimental to say that black people are an entirely different species is because one, it invites the same equally harmful rhetoric as white supremacy in the form of black supremacy. And it also enables the same ability for people that were spouting pseudoscience for hundreds of years about black people that was racist on the very notion that they were genetically different. That's literally where racism came from, was like they were trying to prove for hundreds of years that black people were inherently different from white people and subhuman, and therefore they should be subservient, and it was okay for slavery to happen because they weren't human. So that's why it's like
They actually found out that he
even
wasn't the
if you
same. That's
are
why
right,
that
then it's like
Hold up.
highly
So when we
detrimental.
get into it, I mean, your genealogy is directly connected to your psychological state. This is why y'all actually did slavery, because you're spliced with.
Black people had slaves too.
Hold on. Looking,
Black people
but we
enslaved each
never.
other.
Hold on. I'm not gonna dispute that fact. That's a fact. But guess what? We never did it like y'all. Y'all was eating
You mean
us.
chattel
Y'all
slavery?
was hold on. Y'all was eating us. Y'all was graping us. Y'all was doing scientific experiments on us. Y'all
And it
were
was horrible.
the most dark and inhumane shit to so-called black people, and it wasn't just so-called white people that did it. It was the Arabs that did it too, and Asians did it as
Right.
well. So my
Yeah.
thing is, so-called black people never enslaved any other so-called race.
The
So
Egyptians enslaved the Israelites for a long time.
right,
The
so-called
Egyptians enslaved people to build the pyramids.
right.
Well,
So
I'm not gonna say
that's
that,
going
but
off of the Bible, but that's not. You can't prove that. That's just going off of the Bible. But again, so-called black people never enslaved white people. We never enslaved Asian people. We never enslaved Arab people. We never enslaved anybody else. But we did what we did amongst our own people. That's a that's cool. But we never did it to
it's
y'all,
cool.
and we never did it the way that y'all did it. Again, y'all was eating people, bro. That's the thing, and this all
Yeah,
comes
that
from that.
and
Hold
that
on.
was horrible.
This all comes from the animals that you're spliced with. Look how the chimpanzee moves within nature, and then compare it to y'all's history, and you're gonna see something the most similar shit. Because again, your genealogy is directly connected to your psychological state. Y'all move just like that violent ass animal that y'all share 98% of your DNA with.
Okay, well, the only thing I'm gonna say about that is, like I said before, humans share 98% of their DNA with chimpanzees.
Right. So
And
that
the
doesn't.
fact that you're saying, but hold on, let me finish this point real quick, if you don't mind. The fact that you're saying that like literally almost verbatim the exact same things that I just said that white pseudoscientists said about black people to animalize them and to dehumanize them, that they are subhuman and animalistic and barbaric, and like you're saying the same thing just with a different
Okay, I
rationale
mean,
about
it
white
doesn't
people.
matter. I can actually, I mean, look throughout your history. Who was really barbaric?
Humans.
No, your haploid
All
group.
humans
Your
were
haploid group.
barbaric
Nah,
and still
your
are.
haploid group. You can't
Look at
before.
what's happening in
Hold
the
on, hold
Congo
on,
right
hold
now.
on.
That's black
Before
people.
so-called black people even came into contact with
Ugandan
y'all, hold
genocide.
on. Before so-called black people even came into contact with y'all, we was not barbaric people. You can't find me one piece of evidence that shows that we were doing shit to kids. You can't show me any evidence that we were doing anything to harm women and children. You can't show me any of that shit. But once y'all got on the planet, that's the shit that y'all was doing. That's the thing. Like, you can't find so-called black people doing these dark and inhumane shit to each other before y'all was on the
Because
planet.
we didn't have written recorded history that far back.
Right, but they can
You don't even have, you
so
can't
we,
prove that black people were here before anybody else either. You don't have any
we
written
absolutely
history of that.
was. I mean, that's what I'm going off of what your scientists are saying. And
You
like
don't
I
have
so
any written history to prove that.
we let all right, so-called black people, we left hieroglyphs on pyramids throughout the entirety of the planet, and it ain't show one of my brothers or sisters harming another brother or sister or a child. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, uh y'all created holidays off of fucking pedophilia, all this weird shit. That's
Who
y'all's
did?
history.
What
But
holiday?
so-called black people, we wasn't doing none of that shit. That's what I'm trying to say. And again, your genealogy is directly connected to your psychological state. We don't have the same psychological state, bro, because I'm not spliced with that damn violent ass animal. See, when you look at the chimpanzee within nature, they grape each other, they cannibalize on each other. They wage WARSs on each other. That's the same shit y'all was doing throughout your entire history, bro. And that I mean, I don't blame y'all. Y'all are spliced with that animal, so I can't expect the behavior to be different. That's what
I
I'm
just,
saying.
I just don't know how you don't see like the stark catch 22 and exactly what you're saying and
All right,
exactly
bro.
what a white
I mean, you
supremacist
wouldn't.
would say
All right,
about black
that's
people.
fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Well, how do you not recognize that though? Like if you were white and you had a MAGA hat on and you were saying the exact same things except
It
black
would be
instead of and
scientifically
saying you
false.
people,
Hold on. It would be
there would be
scientifically false.
like
It don't
rampage
matter,
in the streets, bro.
right? It don't matter. You know, if I was saying the same thing, if I was so called white and I was saying the same thing, it would be scientifically false. But because again, nobody can explain how we went from haploids to diploids. Nobody can explain how we went from prokaryotic to
If
eukaryotic.
you could
Nobody.
explain that,
Hold
you
on.
would
Hold
be
on.
a Nobel
Nobody.
Prize
Hold on.
winning scientist, bro.
Exactly. That's the thing. So how the fuck are we sitting here trying to say that we're the same when we have two different cell types? When we have two different types of melanin with different biochemical compositions. How are
Everybody
we
has
saying
five
that
different types of melanin.
when so-called black people possess no animal DNA, we're not the producers of any animal proteins, but when it comes to y'all share
Neither is anybody else.
y'all produce animal proteins.
Humans don't produce animal proteins.
Cytochrome, all right, cytochrome's C protein that y'all share with the chimpanzee. So
Just
so
because it's found in an animal
right,
doesn't mean it's
right.
an
Come on,
animal
bro. That
protein.
means you share it, bro. Like, nah, quit playing.
That
Like I
means
said,
that there
you
is a
can't.
similarity because
Like I said, you can't explain none of that shit. But you want to say that it's detrimental for me to speak truth to my people. I'm not saying this for my brothers and sisters to go and harm nobody. I don't want no harming. I don't want none of that shit to go on, bro.
well, you
That's very hold on. That's very primitive. We don't need to put our hands on y'all. The sun is already removing y'all off the planet. All we got to do is learn genetics and get back to our children. Because right now, my children are being psychologically and medically evaluated by an inorganic species that doesn't even belong on the planet. That's the thing. Y'all psychological state is fucking getting out of whack because UVC radiation is literally frying your brain. Like I'm not even trying to be smart. It literally is. and it's very detrimental for our children to be around y'all.
How is that? Okay, so hold on.
Like there was just a so-called eukaryotic woman, a so-called white woman that was breaking so-called black babies' bones just
And that's
because.
horrible. That
Right,
should
and
never
that's
be a
because,
thing.
and that you want to know what that is? That's gene expression. I don't expect her to do anything
Gene
different because
expression.
she,
Well, then
she
why isn't
shares.
every
Hold
white
on.
woman doing
She
that?
shares DNA with violent animals. So why would I ever expect the why would I ever expect the behavior to be different? There
Well,
was
then how
just
do you explain
there was
animalistic
just a
behavior in
so-called
any
white.
other
Hold on.
race?
There was just a so-called white man that raped a little black girl because her mom moved that white man in after like 1 week of dating, and he raped and killed that so-called black child. And guess what? I don't expect that the behavior to be different. Why? Because y'all share animal DNA.
So then should they be held liable if they can't help it because they have animal DNA?
That's up to y'all's people, bro. Like I
No,
said,
what?
my
If it
people need
affects
to
your
hold on,
people,
hold
it
on,
should be
hold
up
on.
to you.
My people need to completely separate from y'all. This is what I'm saying. This is the reason why I host these lives so we can get back to children, because 8 million children go missing every single year, regardless of the genetics. Regardless of the genetics, 8 million children go missing worldwide every single year. That's 320 million children in the last 40 years. That's a goddamn problem. Nobody wants to talk about these children going missing. But
Yeah, it's horrible. Is that white people's
I
fault?
see my brothers and sisters on this app arguing about Africans versus African Americans. I see them arguing about if white people can fucking wear wigs, dreadlocks, all this dumb ass shit when our children are getting snatched by a inorganic species that don't even fucking belong on the planet. We argue about the most stupidest shit. That's the thing. And this is why I'm hosting these lives so my people can get back to fucking genetics, because we are not the same. Me and you are not the same whatsoever. Regardless if you want to say we are or not, you can't provide any scientifical, no genetical, no biological evidence to tie us in together.
You
When
can't give
y'all
me any
say when
biological or
everything
genetic
that
evidence that
everything
we're different.
right. You're talking about ethnicity and I don't care about none of that shit, bro. I'm talking about genetics. Genetically, we are not the same. And like I said, my children
Yeah, we're not the same, but
they
we're
have
not
to pay
different
the
either.
price. Hold on. Children have to pay the price for adults' ignorance. That's the thing. So if we keep going through life the same way, I mean, 8 million children every single fucking year, bro. 320 million children in the last 40 years. So this shit has not been going down. It's been fucking rising. So this is a problem. We should not be around y'all people. Because if my people understood that y'all shared 98% of your DNA with a fucking chimpanzee, and if they knew that chimpanzee was a violent animal within nature, and y'all share the same behaviors, because phenotype includes behavior as well. So y'all share the same fucking behaviors as these animals, we wouldn't be around y'all. We could actually start to get back to us.
Well,
This is
explain
why I'm
how
having
there's
these
higher
lives.
rates of violence in black-only communities.
And that's because my people are chemically imbalanced. Again, we're eating the same fucking animals that you're spliced with. Pigs, chickens, cows, fish. That is the same shit that's inside of your genetics, and we're eating that. And
So
and
should
food
you
has
only,
a
what should you eat?
hold on. Food directly affects your psychological state, which that's a scientific fact. So if my people were to eat how they're naturally supposed to eat, because we're not eating according to our genetics.
Or
If
what do
they
you
was
eat?
to eat fruits, vegetables, seeds, and nuts, we would not have no fucking issues. We would not be looking to harm our own brother and sister.
So you're saying that,
Hold on. As a child, so-called black children, they don't think about harming their own brothers and sisters. They want to
well,
live life
black
naturally.
mothers think about
But
harming
hold
their
on.
own children at a
Right, you're
45%
talking to exactly. That's
rate.
chemically imbalanced. That's what I'm talking about. So so-called black people, before we're chemically imbalanced, before our parents introduce us to this destructive ass diet, we don't think about harming our brothers and sisters, which that's a fact. We want to live life, and we want to live. We just want to live life. We want to experience. But as soon as we pass that threshold of 13, 14, we start getting these thoughts in our head that we want to harm our own reflection. That's because of the same shit that y'all are spliced with. We're feeding our children bacon, chicken. We feeding our children all this bullshit that we're not supposed to be eating because we can't even break that shit down. When it comes down to breaking down food, the hydrochloric acid in our stomach is different than y'all's because we don't share animal DNA. We are naturally frugivores. We are not supposed to be eating none of this other shit, bro.
So you're
So you
telling
can
me
bring
that
up
eating
black on,
meat
hold on.
directly
You can bring
correlates.
up
Well, you've
black
been
on
talking
black
for like
crime.
10
You
minutes,
can
bro.
bring up all that bullshit, but it doesn't change the fact that you're spliced with a violent animal and that the sun is removing you from the planet. It don't change none of that shit.
Yeah, and black mothers are removing black children from the planet more than any
Exactly.
other
Hold
race.
on. Chemically imbalanced mothers. And you want to say they're removing them? What, abortion?
Yes.
Guess what though?
Yes.
Who the fuck created that? Your goddamn
Yeah.
species
A
created
white
it and put,
eugenist. Yeah,
hold
I
on.
agree.
Your species created abortion clinics and put it on black neighborhoods, bro. Fuck out of here. Like, what do you mean? You want to
Correct.
bring
And I
up
think
shit?
that's
Hold
horrible.
up, y'all nigga, hold up. Y'all always want to talk about the effect, but y'all never talk about the cause. Before we came
I
into
willingly
contact,
admit the
hold on.
cause.
Before we came into contact with your fucking species, we would never have an abortion, bro. We're only doing this shit because we're amongst you people. This is why it's detrimental to my children, bro. See, you don't get it. You want to use that cognitive dissonance, bro. That's all. You want to deflect so fucking bad. But you don't want to
Deflect
talk
what?
about
I've
the hold
admitted
on.
everything
You
that
don't
you
want to
said
talk
that's
about
actually
the
accurate.
atrocities that your brothers and sisters are committing.
I just did.
Skittles, Starburst, all this shit affects the psychological state. It's not good for your body. It causes cancer. But guess what? Your motherfucking counterparts are creating this shit. But you want to sit here and talk about black mothers removing black children, nigga? Fuck out of here. How many people did your people slaughter in slavery? How many women and children did your people
Who?
slaughter in
Okay, who is
fucking
my
slavery,
people?
bro?
Who
We
is my
could
people?
never even reach up there, my nigga. Like, what
You
are
were
you
just talking
talking
about
about?
facts over
We
feelings, bro,
could
and here you are
never.
yelling at me,
Nah, this is passion, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
which
We
is
can never
feelings.
reach that threshold,
Like
bro.
what?
Y'all was killing 1.9 million black people every single week during slavery, bro.
Can
Like,
I
fuck
tell you
out of
one
here.
thing,
You
please,
could never, y'all could never come, we could never come
about
close to
my
y'all. This is
people?
a fact. And why? Because we don't even share animal DNA, bro. We may be chemically imbalanced, but we would never commit the atrocities that y'all have done. Like,
So,
fuck
does
out of
every
here.
other race have animal DNA too, or just white people?
Everybody outside of so-called black people has animal DNA.
So, you don't think that's a black supremacist statement?
Nah, so it's a scientific fact.
It's just not.
I mean, that's what your scientists are saying, that you share animal DNA. I didn't pull this out of
Well,
my
show
ass.
me the science that says otherwise.
I mean, you can go research it. Like I said,
Show me it.
hold on,
I've tried
hold on,
because I've been listening the whole time and I haven't found anything.
hold on. Yeah,
Dang, he left the call. But
go ahead, Mir.
man, I want to talk. Like, I'm not talking to be combative. I really want to understand because I'm not really into the science part of it. But I got a personal question first. Like, all right, so is the question we a different species or do we have different DNA?
We don't share DNA with these people because we don't share. They share all their DNA or their genetic information with multiple different types of animals to make up their organism. But when it comes to so-called black people, all of our genes stem from one embryological origin, which is the totipidin stem cell from the so-called black woman.
But I'll say like, man, bro, I'm black, so like, wouldn't you say every single person has different DNA? Cause like
Absolutely
that's
not.
what make one person light skin, one person dark skin. Like it's
That's
just
not.
they
Nah.
all
That's just a
separately
different.
activated.
That's just a different shade. Excuse me. That's just a different shade of neuromelanin. So-called black people, we're neuromelanated beings, and the so-called black woman produces 48 known shades of herself, from albino to the darkest of the dark. So that's all neuromelanin.
Okay. And then I was also gonna ask like the conversation separates, like it would be a whole different conversation if you like you a lot of people gotta like looking from it from different perspectives. Like physically our physical body separate than DNA and stuff. And I feel like Your consciousness has nothing to do with the physical body that you are.
That's false though, because consciousness still goes back into genetics. See, these people can
But
only go
consciousness is not correlated to the
right.
body like at
Okay,
all.
so let me explain. Hold on, sister. I'm gonna go ahead and explain. These people have 6 ether consciousness, which is animal consciousness. So-called black people have 9 ether consciousness. So they don't even compare to us even within consciousness. And the spiritual created the physical. So let's not sit here and just say, oh, these are just bodies. Nah, the so-called black woman created this body specifically to live with, to evolve naturally with the cosmos and the planet. So these bodies actually matter. And if you know anything about neuromelanin is the soul. So if we want to get into that, neuromelanin is literally just the soul.
Dang. Oh, bro, that's all I have to say, no doubt.
Most definitely abundance and gratitude, brother.
Well,
Go ahead, receipt.
Someone else can go for now. I was just, you cooking. That's all I know. But
Most
someone can
definitely.
go ahead, and I'll just be patiently waiting.
Most definitely abundance. Go ahead, Don Dada.
Yeah, so I'm just a little lost, a little curious here. But where do we all come from? Where does the humanity come from? Where does the human race come from? Like what created space, time, everything?
Are we all one species?
We are the human species.
Okay, can you explain that biologically and genetically?
Yes, biologically, we all had the human anatomy. We were all born from a woman.
Can you explain that genetically?
I mean,
Can you explain how we are all one human species genetically and biologically?
for all of our DNA can be traced back to two people.
All right, who is the common ancestor we share?
Talking about like the primate,
Who
the
is the
monkey.
common? Nah, who's the common ancestor that we share as a human race?
You tell me.
Yeah, you just came up here to play around. You don't really have any info so
Right.
far.
He made the statement.
Man, go ahead, Tay. Yo, Tay from the floor, go ahead.
Yo,
All right, we can hear you, brother. Go ahead.
yeah, man, yeah, man. I'm liking how you breaking it down to the people, man, because if you use basic knowledge, right, what they teach us, you know what I'm saying. Every living organism on this earth, needs the sunlight, to thrive. They get energy from the sunlight, including black people. Uh, if people ain't know though, melanin, that black people got it. What it does, right? If y'all don't know this, right, you can look this up. Melanin grabs energy, right? So say as a black person, you be in the sun, your melanin grabs energy from the sun, right? And the scientists knows this, right? And this is what they've been trying to do for so long. And this is why they have us integrating stuff. They basically, the scientists are trying to find a way to, you know what I'm saying, grab the energy and harness it and try to use it a certain way, right? And this is why the white people are so fascinated with black people. This is why they want us to mix with them, because the melanin is something about melanin they trying to crack, right? And Yeah, it's common sense, man. Them people not from this earth, man, because like you said, everything on this earth needs the sun to grow and gets energy from the sun. But them people, the sun burn them people and kill them people literally. So, you know what I'm saying? I tell you a lot.
Hey, brother, we gotta say unalive. We can't say that word on here.
Oh yeah, unalive. My fault. My fault. My fault.
Are you good?
Yeah, but that tells you a lot right there. So I'm digging what you're saying, man. You speaking the truth, man. And, I hope people catch on, man.
Facts.
Most definitely.
No, we're all one though.
But hold on, you know what, March? I'm gonna get to you. Hold on, there's people here before you. Go ahead, Des. You're a Des mine. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was on. Look, shout out to you. I don't know how old you are, but you keep doing what you're doing because you spread the word to those who are asleep, but they're waking up. Everything you said, I totally agree with it. I just am so applaud to hear a young brother to be so awoke. I'll say that. So keep doing what you're doing, and I'm gonna keep sharing your live, sharing you, and I'm glad to follow you and everybody that's just showing me what God has already shown me that we are waking up, and I'm just so excited, so excited. So keep going, keep doing everything you're doing. Okay.
Most definitely gratitude, abundance.
Much love to you, baby. Seriously, thank you so much. Because at the end of the day, it's a lot of people that don't know, and they don't know because we've been indoctrinated. So now we're waking up. And baby, keep spreading that word. Keep spreading. I promise I'm gonna be sharing your stuff. Thank you so much. And
Thank
stay
you so
great.
much. Abundance and
Yes.
gratitude, mother of life. I appreciate
Yes.
that.
Same to you, baby. Thank you. Bye.
All right, go ahead, March.
Hey, how you doing, bro? I just disagree with your claim that we're not all one species because we can procreate with each other. You know what I mean? No
Right.
other, no other animal. And you saying that y'all are humans or we have animal DNA, but if you think about it, like human is just a man-made construct. We're all animals at the end of the day.
Well, March, before you come up here with those claims, I never once stated so-called black people are humans. I never said that out of my mouth.
Okay, sorry.
Right, and you're saying that we're all animals. Can you find an animal over there in Africa that has so-called black people's skin, or let me not say skin, type of melanin or hair?
An animal that has a black person's type of melanin
and hair.
Yeah, shoot. In Africa, I don't know. There's gorillas though. They got the same melanin.
They don't, cause nah, they don't though.
Are you sure? Like
Yeah,
the
they
darkest
have.
Africans and gorillas, they like the same color.
Right, and that's eumelanin. So-called black people possess neuromelanin. So can you find an animal that possesses or produces neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain? And can you find an animal with our type of hair?
Okay, but can you find an animal that can reproduce with an animal that's not
You're
the
not
animal?
gonna see what we're not gonna do is answer somebody's question with a question. We're gonna just be
My
adults,
fault.
and
My
we're
fault.
gonna actually have a conversation. So can
I
you
thought
provide?
I'm just confused, bro. Cause like what?
Hold on. Can you provide me with the name of an animal that has so-called black people's hair or a type of melanin, meaning they have neuromelanin?
Okay, I can't. But look,
You can't.
But where did black people come from if they're not humans?
The so-called black woman.
Black woman?
Yep.
But I came from a white woman, and I'm white.
Absolutely, and you're also spliced with multiple different types of animals to make up your organism.
So you're from a different planet, is what you're saying?
We're not native to one planet.
Oh dang. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Hold on. Wait. The Anunnakis.
Nah,
Is that?
Anunnaki means those who came from above. That could be anybody. That's not just so-called black people.
Oh, I thought the Anunnakis created black people. That's what I heard.
Nah, the so-called black people came from the universe, and the universe, so-called black women are just fragments of the universe, and she's with seeds, planets, with life.
Huh.
So
I mean,
I'm gonna ask
everyone's
you,
a fragment of the universe, though.
right? So I want to get back on topic. Can you explain to me how we are all one species genetically and
Because we
biologically?
could recreate with each other. I could have sex with
Right.
I could have the S word with the black woman, and then I could create a light skinned baby with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and guess what? That's also the only reason we can procreate with each other is because of introgression and hybridization. That's the only reason. And
Oh, like
even
a lion and a tiger making a liger.
nah,
Oh, damn.
because they wouldn't
So
create fertile offspring. So I would urge you to look into introgression and hybridization.
Ellen, can I just say something? The only way that that's possible is through the Rogam.
the
Right.
robot.
That's for some cases. That's not for all cases, but for all cases it's introgression and hybridization. But there are still some so-called black women today that actually need Rogam shots to actually procreate outside of her species.
What? Program? What's all right? I'll look it up on Google, but that's crazy. They need shots to recreate with a white man.
Right.
Like the 100% Africans or the 80s good, like the 80% ones, because that's what most people.
So African doesn't matter. That's just a landmass, and that's just a title. We're talking about genetics and speciation.
Genetics and speciesization.
Right.
Okay. But what the hell? So this is confusing.
All right, so I'm gonna just urge you. I gave you a lot of keywords. It's up to you if you want to go look into that. Abundance and gratitude.
All right, abundance and gratitude.
All right, go ahead, Sunshine. Go ahead, Sunshine. All right, go ahead, Royal.
All right, I'm gonna just say this, right? Because everybody swear we all the same. We are nowhere near the same, people. Let me tell you why. We don't come back European mixed with Neanderthal or having Neanderthal origins, right? With that being said, during slavery, we not even gonna get on slavery because that shit dead. But when you look at anybody European, right? They got 6 DNA sequences. Everybody who comes from African origins or any type of indigenous ancestors from hundreds of thousands of years ago, before the flood, after the flood, in the Caribbean, all the Americas, any native land, it's a black person that populated that nation. Now, with that being said, it don't say the same for a lot of the populations out here. So we not trying to make y'all feel away or nothing, but our ancestors and us as black Americans, we have felt the way all these years dealing with all the bullshit, the white supremacy. But now we seeing the origins don't say supreme at all. So we gonna call it out. Now we want to know where y'all come from. Because there's a bloodline out here that been against the Egyptians since the beginning of times, the Roman Empire. And they started a bloodline after they took down our kingdoms and after they brought their European buddies over to the Americas to kill hundreds of millions of natives. So now we want to know,
You
are
gotta
y'all
stay
part of that
unalive.
bloodline? Okay, unalive. But who's part of that bloodline? Because we seeing a lot of European and Arab and all type of people come out this middle European nation, and we know that's the beast system. The Roman Empire, the Brits, that's the beast system. We know who our enemies are, but it seemed like a lot of people don't know their origins and don't know their ancestors, and that's the problem. That's the problem I got with people, because there's Europeans saying that they're from the tribe of Judah. That's not even possible. They don't even got the same ancestors, forefathers, Nathan. It's just not making sense. How do
Right.
we got?
So hold
How do?
on, brother.
Mhm.
So up here I'm talking about genetics and biology and speciation. So I'm not talking about anything within history or the Bible or anything of that nature. I just want to talk about genetics and biology, if you don't mind.
Respectfully.
So can you explain how we're different genetically or biologically?
Because Africans have 9 DNA sequences, Asians have 7, the rest of the world has 6, the ape has 5. That would mean that the people with the lowest DNA sequences evolved from apes closer than we could ever, because our origins is way different. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna just rest my case because they got no argument for that. Scientists don't even got an explanation for that, except we are the indigenous people to this planet, this world. Anything that could ever exist is us.
Right. So yeah, we so-called black people have 9 series DNA. That's a fact. So abundance, bro.
That is a big fact, bro. And all throughout history, our indigenous populations rarely mix with them. So that's why it's not making sense that the government been hiding their origins for all this time, and they ain't even get to the bottom of it. But they running through history, taking our history, taking credit for stuff our ancestors did to uproot civilization and bring it to where it is now. And they really ain't bring it that far. This whole world is Satan's. It's his world. But we're not even gonna get into that. Them bloodlines though, we want to know where they come from. Because if they from behind that ice wall, that's no good. If they from the Romans, oh, that's no good. The DNA is saying a lot of European stuff, and it ain't looking too good because our ancestors did not mix with them. Why?
Right. So
it's crazy.
I mean, like I said, we don't even gotta bother with
get
these
into
people
this
because the sun
it's
is
nonsense
removing.
because they don't even understand the difference in the DNA. When they don't even understand their origins, that should tell you everything you need to know about these people, because people forget this. Genetically, the Latins, the reason why it says all that New World Order crap in Latin on our dollar, that's that same bloodline from Spain and the Brits. People don't even realize the bloodline go deep. They've been hunting our people since the beginning of time. Since the fall of Egypt, I promise you. They've been hunting our people, doing poisoning the food, doing this. Like you said earlier about the diet. Even our diet not even supposed to be the same. You was right. It's supposed to be natural.
Right.
That's why we be feeling like how they be feeling.
Absolutely. All right, abundance, brother. Go ahead, ESO Bug. Or SO Bug, go ahead.
Oh, there you go. Hey, I was trying to see what made you say we not Anunnaki?
Anunnaki just means those who came from above or those who came from the stars, and so-called black people, we're not the only people that came from above. So that can be anybody.
See, I feel like even black.
You muted yourself, brother. What'd you say? Or we can't hear you if you're off the app.
Like, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, all right. That's about what I just said. Somebody was kind of. But I was saying, the Anunnaki married with a dragon and created a Nunakai, which is us. That's why we got a reptilian part of our brain. You can look that up.
Nah, the reptilian part of the brain that's not that. It don't matter. See, when it comes down to genetics, it don't matter what they call something. They can't change the functionality of it. So it's just explaining the functionality of it. It's not that big. So-called black people, we're not. We came from the so-called black woman. We didn't come from no dragon.
Now, we ain't come from the dragon. I'm just saying Anu mixed with Tiamat.
Right, that's mystical though, brother. I'm talking about genetics. Like, I don't necessarily like. I know who Anu is. I know what you're referring to, but it's like that's mystical, and there's no evidence to back it up. So that's why I just go off of genetics.
I get what you're saying, then. That's why I just want to know.
Most definitely a bunnish, brother.
All right.
Go ahead, Serpent.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, we're not all one. And I'm gonna go back to what the dude was just talking about. So basically, the reason why we're not all one is because not only that, not all skin folk is kinfolk. Some of our people, you know what I'm saying? Some of our people are, my bad, I get real passionate and shit. You know what I'm saying? So some of our people be selling us out. For instance, you got people that know what's going on with the blood banks and the plasma banks, and they basically they pay melanated people more to give away their plasma, so that the people that ain't got it can utilize that and tap into source, right? And they require us. They gotta feed off our energy.
So does people selling this out automatically make them a different species?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
Right.
But when you're vibrating lower, the other parts of the DNA, the other parts of the junk DNA is more activated than the dormant, which requires you to vibrate higher. So for instance, going back to what old dude said with the reptilian and all that stuff, so a lot of us here, not I'm not gonna say us, but a lot of people here are, wearing skin suits. They draconian, they gray, they goddamn whatever else. And those are the people that are against the originals. And what they do is they energy harvest and they eat us and all kinds of weird stuff. So yes, we're not all one. Some people are cut off from source.
Right. Can you explain how we are not all the same species genetically and biologically?
All right, so now going back to that, I know you don't want to put spiritual and physical together, but that's all. It all, it's all vibration. Everything's vibration. Right?
It's a scientific and a biological explanation. So that's why I'm just asking. But I mean, if you can, that's completely fine as well.
Hold on, let me see this.
Oh, hold on, brother.
Royal, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Nah, but it's other people that was before, like, supposed to talk after, so I can't allow that. So I want you to finish your thought.
Well,
and then
I said like basically like what I'm gonna say right now, and then I'm gonna step down, I guess.
All right. Go ahead, young bro.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing good.
Well, first of all, I want to say I appreciate you putting me in live and not just existing in an echo chamber. I know you saw that I was white, and you still put me in the live, but all I want to say is I heard your message, and I'm not going to act like I got all the answers, bro, because I don't. But if you look back at history, man, from black people, Latino people, white people, we've all done atrocities. We've all committed murder, rape, and sin. And
we can't say those words on here for TikTok. F1 in the chat.
Well, we've all committed sins. We've all done wrong. And I do agree with you on some things that I think the government is poisoning us. I think the government does want us sick. And yeah, no matter who you are, where you came from on a planet, you were doing wrong deeds, war. All these things are built into human DNA. And it's kind of sad to hear everybody talk so bad about white people and not come together, man. I think we should all love each other, but I'm going to have to disagree with you on that. I think we're all God's children. I'm about to marry a black woman, and I know that gets under a lot of y'all's skin. But Much
Right.
love to you, brother.
Yeah. So again, when we come up here, or if you request up, I'm speaking about for this is just for anybody who requested up or who's finna request up. I'm speaking about genetics and biology.
No,
So
I
my
understand that, bro. When I first got into the live, I didn't know that. You were arguing with some other dude going off. You were pretty upset about things, and
right,
I heard
I
you talk
wasn't
a lot
upset.
about.
I was just
Sir,
passing.
there's no
Uh,
racism or discrimination or nothing that's going on. So please don't use that.
right. So
I don't
I'm
know,
not.
man. I heard a lot of negative things talking about white people in the chat. I'm gonna have to push back on that.
Right. That's the chat. That's not me though. I'm just speaking all scientific facts.
But whenever you say they, as in you were saying like white people,
Nah,
somebody
I'm
was
not.
talking
See,
about
that's
white
the
people
thing.
want
A lot of
everywhere.
y'all, hold on. A lot of y'all come in here and y'all automatically assume that I'm one of those people that just has hatred for white people or just want to talk down on white people. It's not just so-called white people. Everybody outside of so-called black people has animal DNA and is being removed from the planet, regardless.
Okay, one of the main things I heard you say is that something that is holding back the black community is the diet and the things that y'all eat, right? Like
Right.
you know,
I
you're
want to. I
eating
want to
the.
speak about how we're the same. You disagreed. You said that we're all one species. So can you explain that biologically and genetically?
Nah, bro. I guess maybe I don't got a place here, bro. I can't explain that biologically and genetically.
All right, that's fine. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on though.
All right, peace and love, brother.
Most definitely abundance. Go ahead, Mr. Obot.
All right. You pronounced my last name right, so thank you. But I think I've been kind of fiery in the chat just because this is probably the most misguided conversation I've seen on TikTok in a long time. So I want to start with, genetics and biology, right? So I came in late, so I don't know what all has been said, but can you tell me from your basis of genetics and biology, why do you think that all races are not the same?
So you requested up, respectfully though, brother. You requested up. You seen that it said we are not all one species. So can you explain
Can
how
I?
we are?
Okay. All right. Okay.
So can you
I
explain
can explain it. Let
biologically?
me explain it in simple terms. I'm a science teacher, so like I do this every day.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
But we are all the same species because if I took one person from, let's say, Asia, I took one person from India, I took one person from the United States, one person from Mexico, and I did a DNA test on all of them. 99.95% of all those selected people's DNA would be the same. All right.
Can I get
Let me
involved, please?
hold on.
Please,
Let me
can I
hold
get
on because
can I?
everybody has been talking about like 6 chromosomes, Anunnaki, space people. Like, let me set the record straight as far as I can right now. If I took one person from Asia, Africa, United States, whatever, and just did a DNA test, they would be 99.95% the same. All right. The only differences are purely phenotypical. Do you know what phenotypical means?
Absolutely, brother.
All right. Phenotypical, like you know what it means. It just means that these are very superficial traits that
Right.
have
And
been developed. Wait, hold on, because
I want to go. Hold on, brother. I kind of want to go one at a time so everybody can follow. So, just for the room, what determines phenotype?
What determines phenotype are environmental pressures placed on a population over.
Okay. Let me make it more specific. What determines base phenotype?
Base phenotype. So if we're talking about just like what a base human looks like without any environmental signifiers, that is the environmental pressures that the ancestors of humans have been placed under in Africa.
That's not what I asked. I asked what determines base phenotype.
Base phenotype, I'm telling you, it is the environmental pressures placed on an individual, an organism in a population.
Yeah, see, y'all want to play around like you're a science teacher. Don't treat me like I'm an idiot.
I'm
bro.
not. I'm telling you. You asking me. Hold on.
Let me get him, bro.
I just want to like
Let me get him real quick.
100% truthful.
Hold
Hold
on, brother.
on. Give me, because you have been so respectful of everybody else. All right, you have not cut in, and so you're confronted with something that is not what you've researched yourself, you push back. So let me keep
Right,
going.
because you're saying
Let me
phenotype only.
stop.
Hold
Let me
on,
keep
brother. Hold on, brother.
Nine-ether.
Because
Let
you
me keep going.
lied though. That's the thing. It's like you
Hold
said
on. Hold
phenotype
on.
is. You said it's determined by environment, but no, it's determined by your genotype.
You're
And it's specifically base
okay.
phenotype.
All right.
Hold on. It's specifically
Let
base
me
phenotype is
let me keep
directly
going.
determined by your genotype, which is determined, and your genotype is determined by your genes, which is just DNA, because DNA makes up
So
genes.
what? Okay, you're talking in circles right now. All right,
Not
because
really.
phenotype is determined by genes, but genes are also influenced by the environment. If I told you, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you take two people in Africa, from let's say from Kenya, take one person from the Congo, take one person from Egypt, they would have wider variance in their DNA than any other person that you picked on the planet. On the planet, all right, because the genotype, the phenotypes, they've existed in Africa for a lot longer. All right. And so me as a Nigerian person, I have less in common genetically with somebody from Kenya than I do somebody in the United States. All right. So genotypes and phenotypes. A phenotype is just the visual expression of genotypes. All right. So let me break that down a little bit.
Right,
Okay.
including
So
DNA.
you mentioned, hold on, you mentioned earlier why you don't find any other animal with black people hair in the wild.
Or
That is
that
an
type of melanin.
asinine kind of comparison, because hair, you can find hair anywhere, but the phenotypical presentation of hair in the human mammal is specific to humans. Would you ask that same question, but would you find dog hair on a person? Would you find dog? And hold on, Chicago, genes are not affected by the environment. You can't be serious. Do you know what
Hold on, brother.
epigenetics
Hold
are?
on. We not finna be addressing the comments. Me and you are having a conversation respectfully, so don't even pay attention to the comments. Let's have a conversation. So go ahead, brother. Go ahead, mister.
Mute.
Humans that are found on the place we call the African landmass, they have more not in common genetically than anyone else. If I took a DNA sample, someone from Asia and someone from Europe, they would have a lot more in common than two random people in Africa. All right, let's start there. So phenotypes. We want to talk about phenotypes. Eumelanin, melanin, phytomelanin, all those different things.
What
It
is
all
phytomelanin, brother?
phytomelanin. I put it out of my ass, but like eumelanin, I'm just because I don't know all the types of melanin off the top of my head.
But
All right,
you're okay.
but
Like,
you
don't try to don't make up words. Like, if you don't know something, just keep
okay?
it that
So
respect.
eumelanin. Eumelanin is just a different type of melanin. It's still found in people. That's what gives reddish red hair this reddish color. It's a mixture of melanin and eumelanin. All right.
What is
But
okay?
but
Hold on, brother. What's the difference between melanin and eumelanin? Like, what do you mean by that?
so the difference between melanin and eumelanin, I'm not going to pretend like I know the entire chemical like makeup of the molecule we
Right.
call melanin,
Let's not get
but
into the biochemical composition. I just
but
want to know what's the difference, though.
the
Like,
difference is that melanin would create a more brownish color. Eumelanin creates a more reddish color. That's why
that's completely false, brother.
that's why people who have red hair have higher amounts of eumelanin in their hair.
That's false, brother.
Why? How is it false?
So see, you're kind of confused right now, Mr. Science Teacher. It's pheomelanin and eumelanin. Eumelanin gives you that supposedly brown black pigment, and then pheomelanin is with.
Okay, so that's when I said phyto, that's what I meant. But the point is the difference between eumelanin, pheomelanin, melanin, whatever, there are different chemicals that are attached. My song, okay. There are different chemicals that are attached to that base melanin. that would cause the
Are you
refraction of light when it's reflected on.
hold
All
on,
right.
brother? For clarification, are you referring to the biochemical composition?
So you're talking about the difference between the different types of melanin. So to answer your question, yes,
Right.
the
Okay.
the biochemical differences within the different types, different classes of melanin. All right.
Absolutely. Okay.
So where was I? All right. So why I bring this up? Why bring this up at all? All right. Phenotypes can change a lot faster than, entire genotypes. Do we agree on that?
Absolutely.
Sure. Okay. I think one example that I give to my students all the time is that there are certain populations of cliff swallows that have adapted to living in urban environments that have shorter wings. And the reason why they have shorter wings is because if you have shorter wings as a bird, you can dodge in the air a lot more nimbly. All right. And so these cliff swallows are adapted to living on cliffs. And so when they start putting up bridges, those bridges were to the cliff swallow. It's like a cliff, right? But the swallows that had longer wings, they would die because they get hit by cars. So over the span of like 30, 40 years, the populations living under those bridges start to get some, shorter and shorter wings. All right, but that's a phenotype. They're all the same. They're still the same
Please let me get 'em.
species.
Hold on, brother.
They're all the same species, right?
Okay,
But
so my thing. Wait, are you saying all the? Are you talking about this specifically?
I'm talking specifically about cliff swallows.
Right.
The
All right, so my
population of
thing
cliff
is, brother,
swallows.
hold on, brother. So the type of melanin you have determines is just speaking about what type of DNA you have. And let me give you an example. So
Well, I'm not. Hey,
hold on.
Ether. I'm not done yet.
Hold
I'm
on.
not done yet because you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me
Right,
finish.
because you're right.
So I give this example so I can bring it back.
Told you,
I'm
brother,
bringing this example to
go
us so we
point
can
for
bring this
point,
back.
brother.
So we can bring this back to what we're talking about. All right. Can you afford me that? Can you afford me that? Let me finish my metaphor to bring it back to the conversation at hand.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Thank you. Like I was saying, the cliff swallows who have shorter wings, the cliff swallows who have longer wings, they're all the same species. And you take a DNA sample from the ones that have shorter wings, longer wings, it's the same, just that the phenotypical expression of how long the wings are changed slightly over those 40 years. But it's the same species. They can still interbreed, all that stuff. So to take it back to humans, okay? Human beings, we are really, 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 really good at adapting to an environment, okay? And to give another example of adaptations over only a couple thousand years, have you ever heard of the Baiju people?
No.
Okay. The Baiju people are a South Asian fishing community, all right? I'm not going to pretend to know exactly where they are, but it's like near like Indonesia, like Thailand, those South Asian communities, yeah? Okay. These people, they have been fishing in the same way and catching clams in the same way for thousands of years, all right? Over those thousands of years, their spleens have gotten about 50% bigger than what a quote unquote normal human would be, all right? The reason why is that if you have a larger spleen, you can hold on to more red blood cells, and red blood cells do what? Red blood cells, they carry oxygen in your body. So because they're diving down like 50 feet, 60 feet to get these clams, get these fish, and they're not coming up for minutes at a time, over time, it was selected for, not by any outer force, just by natural over time, that people who had larger spleens were better at fishing, okay? But if you took a DNA sample from a man from the Baiju nation or Baiju people and another one from the island of Indonesia, it'd be the same. It would be exactly the same because it's just a phenotypical expression changed slightly over thousands of years. Adaptation, okay? Human beings are all the same species All right. People who live in Asia, they have epithelial folds because they were exposed to sand. They were exposed to that glint off the sand for thousands of years. And so it was more advantageous for people who had that slit, who would not get blinded by the sun on the sand, or if in the case of the Inuit people, the sun on the snow. All right. People in Europe, they over time, the first people there was a skeleton that was excavated, or a specimen excavated in Europe, and they did a DNA breakdown of that person. And when they ran the DNA in a model, this person had brown skin, full afro, but he had blue eyes. All right. And this was a person that was in Europe like maybe 10,000 years ago. Okay. So it's just that when you go to a place with less sunlight, we need vitamin D. And melanin, unfortunately, it blocks out, or it lessens the amount of vitamin D that can be produced in the skin. And so over time, it was selected for the people who were in the north had lesser and lesser melanin until boom, now they're white. Same thing in varying levels in India, in not Native America, in Americas, North and South, in Australia, right? Australians have been isolated more or less, in Aboriginals have been isolated for more than 50,000 years. And if you take a DNA sample from them, it's still like 99% the same.
All right.
So all I'm trying to say is that you guys are mistaking adaptations over thousands of years for wildly different variations in
Right, and I'm not mistaking anything. Those adaptations never happened
they
because
did
you
happen. They're
can't.
happening
Hold
now.
on, hold on,
They're
brother,
happening now.
brother.
Okay, let me just
Right,
I'll
so
let you talk, Ether. I'll let you talk.
animal DNA. You can't go from having no animal DNA to all of a sudden having animal DNA. You can't go from haploid to diploid. You can't go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. There's no
Nobody's saying that.
explanation for that.
But like
Right,
to your
and
point though,
I'm just
do you
giving
know
you.
where
Hold on,
mitochondria
brother,
comes
Let you
from?
talk for a
brother,
long time. Can the host talk?
man.
All right. So
So,
I
brother,
just want
I
to
was
say
saying, no, I got you.
before
I
I go
got you. Just let me get
it's the
my
last thing I'll say. It's
frequency
the last
off.
thing I'll say. It's the last thing I'll say.
So,
There are conspiracies that are worth looking into. There are theories that they are trying to keep from us. But when you guys are looking into Anunnaki and Stardust and all these different things, you
when,
are taking brain power away from the things that can actually change our lives.
right.
This
So,
does not do
respectfully,
anything
no,
for us.
brother,
And
I
this
never
does not
hold
do
up.
anything for us.
You've been over talking me. I'll let you get your full point out, your example, and all that. First of all, I never said anything. Another brother brought up the Anunnaki. I don't even, like I said, I've been speaking about genetics and biology. So, my thing is, so-called black people have no animal DNA, but everybody else outside of us has animal DNA, which we can see that being expressed through their genes. So my thing, you could provide me a animal with our type of hair or our type of melanin, because so-called black people produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain, but nobody else does, because the type of neuromelanin, or the amount of neuromelanin an individual produces, is directly determined by genetics. That's the thing. And when you get into the eukaryotic cell organism, or everybody outside of so-called black people, they have genetic material from different organisms to make up their organism, and that's not natural. This is why your scientists cannot explain how there was only prokaryotic cells on the planet that split through binary fission that create replicas of themselves, somehow switched and turned into eukaryotic organisms. There's no type of evidence for that. So my thing, it didn't happen. Evolution is a lie. It never happened. That's what I'm saying, brother. Like, I get it, you're a teacher and all that
Let
shit,
me get
but
him.
you're still not explaining how so-called black people, the biochemical composition that you just said you don't even understand. You're not explaining how the biochemical composition of neuromelanin transferred into the biochemical composition of pheomelanin. That's not natural, and it never took place. And if you look at UVC radiation right now, UVC radiation is removing all eukaryotic organisms off the planet. This is why their birth rate has been declining amongst these people. Look at Asia. You feel what I'm saying? Look at Europe. Even here in America, the birth rate has been declining, but not amongst so-called black people though. And they're trying to cover it up and say, well, it's the economy. People, they don't want to have kids anymore. It's getting too expensive. So-called black people, let's be real. We're some of the hey, my brothers and sisters, money don't matter, but we some of the most brokest motherfuckers on the planet. Let's keep it 100 here. And we are still having a lot of kids right now, or children, excuse me. Kids are baby goats. But we're having a lot of children right now. We never stopped. These people are becoming sterile because of UVC radiation, and it's damaging the DNA within inside of their nucleus. That's the difference between us and them. We are so-called black people are prokaryotic. We have prokaryotic cells, and the 100 trillion, because so-called black people have 150 trillion cells. 100 trillion of our cells are prokaryotic, and the other 50 trillion stem from the totipotent stem cell from the so-called black woman. So, and all of our cells are coated within neuromelanin, and that's why we don't undergo all that shit. We actually absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Before you kick me, I want to clarify one thing.
Why would I kick you? We're having a conversation.
Okay. I want you to tell me the difference between prokaryotic and eukaryotic.
Prokaryotics are unicellular organisms that lack a nucleus and organelles. They split through binary fission.
Okay.
They lack introns. Even their DNA is circular.
Okay.
What else? Also, even down to their proteins. So when their proteins link together, like they link together, but that doesn't happen with eukaryotic.
So tell me what a eukaryotic cell is.
All right, so a eukaryotic cell is a complex cell organism or a multicellular organism.
Okay.
Or let's say it's a multicell, excuse me. They have organelles, they have a nucleus, and there's no, they have introns. This is why they actually they undergo natural splicing in the mRNA, and this is why they came. The eukaryotic organism got here through splicing. This is why they still.
So I'm going to stop you. Can I stop you?
Go ahead.
All right. So you are right in saying that prokaryotic cells lack organelles. That is the main and defining difference in what characterizes the bacteria versus let's call it an amoeba. All right. But eukaryotic cells are the cells that make up each and every one of us. And here's why, and I'm not saying here's why I said it. Here is exactly why. Okay. So a bacteria or a prokaryote has a very simple DNA structure. It's circular, just like you said. It's circular. And the most simple structures of DNA for a bacteria maybe 100, 1,000. First, it's not real. Let's say for 1,000 base pairs. All right, 1,000 base pairs. Very simple DNA. It's a very simple structure for a bacteria. Okay, it's probably more in like the virus territory, but whatever. How many base pairs does a human have?
So I'm just confused. What did you stop me for?
Because you are misunderstanding the differences between prokaryotic and eukaryotic, and you said that
my whole thing is because I don't think you understand. Hold on, brother. I don't think you understand the whole my whole.
Well, let me answer my question though. Answer my question though, because I feel like I do.
Black people, for one, so-called black people, I don't consider them to be humans because humans tie back into animals and eukaryotic cells. We don't have.
So you're saying that black people do not have any eukaryotic cells in their entire body?
Possibly bacteria from being around these people.
Boom. Okay. So I'm gonna answer my question now. So how many base pairs do you think that people like black people have?
Like I said, so-called black people are prokaryotic
So,
organisms.
but answer my question though. Like, don't go back to that because you
Come
already
on,
answered it,
man.
and I
He
want to
ain't
understand that.
saying nothing. Let me go.
Like,
So no, wait,
Cause I
it's
really
Royal,
like it's
wanted
like
Royal,
you're
to.
trying
Royal.
to.
I want to get to my
Hold on,
point. Let me get to my point. Let me get to my
bro.
point.
Hold on,
Let me get
brother,
to my
because it's
point.
like you're playing around. Like,
I'm not
you
playing
already
around. Let me
So-called
answer the
black
question. Let me
people
answer the question. There's
trolling, bro. This
there
is
are
what
question.
teachers
That's the thing.
do.
2.3.
So-called
There,
black people are
hold on,
He's an
hold
prokaryotic.
on.
absolute
So-called
troll.
black people
Don't.
are
I'm not
prokaryotic
trolling
organisms.
anybody. I just want to have a conversation with
How
Ether.
can we all be related if dads don't pass mitochondrial DNA? They come from different mothers. Obviously, the chain gets broken after a while.
There
And if you
are so
introduce other species, it gets even worse. What are we
somebody
talking
smarter than
about?
me. Somebody smarter than me can explain to me why only mothers pass mitochondrial DNA. But that does not mean that
Bro, you're not making no sense. I promise you. I done been through this up and down.
Royal. Respectfully, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to Ether.
Right, and I answered. So-called black people are prokaryotic organisms. That's the
So
thing. We don't have eukaryotic cells, bro.
our nucleus contains our chromosomes because
We
we have
don't have a
2.3
nucleus.
billion. We have 2.3 billion base pairs.
Okay.
And that could not
You're talking about, hold on,
hold
you're
on,
talking
that could
about
not
eukaryotic
feasibly fit
organisms, bro.
inside a just loose in a cell. That
Right.
could not fit loose in a cell.
You're talking. Okay, all our cells are programmed by neuromelanin. That's the
That
thing.
whoa, I'm not talking about melanin. I'm talking that is
Right.
whoa.
So I'm just. You said we have a nucleus. We don't have a nucleus.
We
We don't
do
use.
have a nucleus. Have you
Nah,
looked
we don't.
at a bacteria under a microscope or a cell under a microscope? Have you? Because I have.
I mean, that's cool.
With,
You're talking about
with
bacteria.
my own eyes, not in a picture,
Yeah,
not
I get
not
what you're
in
saying, brother. I'm saying which bacteria are you talking about? Not all bacteria is natural.
bacteria that I picked up off the ground at 7 a.m.
Right. So
and
what type
cultured for
was it?
3
What
days.
type was it?
This was my freshman year in college, so
Nah. What was the bacteria? Hold
I'm
on,
not gonna
brother.
pretend that I know
What was the
what it
bacteria
was.
called? What was the
What was the
bacteria
back?
called?
Okay, so again, this was almost 10 years ago, so I'm
I
not gonna
don't.
remember
You
what
brought it
the
up,
exact.
brother. You all bacteria is not the same. That's why I'm saying
I
that.
know
So
that,
what
but
type of
all
okay then?
bacteria, all
So you
bacteria don't have
understand? So
nucleus. All
there's a
bacteria
difference
don't have
between
nucleuses
uh,
or
uh
nuclei. My bad.
lactobacillus. Like you understand, there's a difference between that.
Yes,
And
I do know the difference between that. Coccobacillus streptococcus,
okay then.
streptococcus,
So what
pseudomonas.
type of right? So what type of bacteria are you talking about, brother? Like
Any
if you don't know, just say you don't know. I completely understand. But do you know the type of bacteria that you was looking at?
again, it was almost 10 years ago. I can't tell you
Okay,
the
just say you
exact
don't
name
know.
of
That's
it.
completely fine.
So the point is though, is that I've seen bacteria and animal DNA, not just animal DNA, my own skin cells under a microscope. And there is a stark difference between bacteria and human cells. First off, that bacteria are thousands of times smaller than human DNA, human cells, because there's so much more machinery inside the DNA. You want to talk about prokaryotes? You want to talk about prokaryotes, mitochondria? Do you know what mitochondria is?
Yeah,
No, you
it
don't.
used to. Hold on,
Mitochondria
brother,
used to be
because a lot of
prokaryote.
y'all want to put.
Mitochondria
Hold
had
on,
its
hold
own
on, hold on,
DNA.
hold on, hold on, hold
Mitochondria
on,
has its
hold
own
on, hold
organelles,
on,
its
hold
own
on.
vacuoles, own
Cause
lysosome,
y'all
all
not
of
to play
that,
around.
all of that.
Hold up.
So
Cause I already know what you finna say. Do you know mitochondria is eukaryotic? Nah,
no, it's
nigga.
not
Because
eukaryotic. No, it's not. Hold on. Pause. It's not eukaryotic. It's not eukaryotic. Mitochondria is a bacteria that was absorbed by another bacteria like a couple billion
nah.
years ago.
Okay. It was all right. So if it was absorbed, right? So are you referring? That's how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic.
That's how we got mitochondria.
Right. So I'm asking you. Hold on, brother. I'm
Eukaryotes
asking. How did
evolved.
the all right? How did
By themselves because what I said before about environmental
what do you
pressures over
mean?
millions of years.
Okay, how did you
Millions of
say?
years.
All right,
It is more
how did we go?
advantageous
All
for a
right, brother,
cell
I
to
got you. How
make
did we
things
go from
inside their own bodies
brother?
than to
I
just
got
benefit
you.
from the
I got you.
environment.
So how did we go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic again?
I'm not going to pretend to know the exact, but here's for my hold on, don't hold on.
Nah, I got you. Go ahead.
Okay. Pressures over millions of years gave adaptations to certain prokaryotes that allowed them to develop what we would consider vacuoles, we would consider nuclei, what we would consider Golgi bodies, what we would consider all these different things.
And you know, all these are things that have introns, but prokaryotic cells lack introns, so therefore they make replicas of themselves because they can't change because they lack introns. So
they
at the same, hold on, brother. Hold on.
Do you know
brother.
what conjugation? Bacteria can exchange.
Hold on, brother. Because what you're explaining is that you're basically explaining. I forgot the correct terminology, but basically how prokaryotic cells evolved into eukaryotic cells, which is completely false because, like I said, y'all niggas always want to bring that up, but y'all don't never want to sit here and explain how prokaryotic cells lack introns and therefore they don't even change, bro. They make replicas of themselves because they split through binary fission. So your whole argument don't even make any sense saying that, okay, so one day, shit, I don't know how this shit happened, but one day a prokaryotic cell just it created a vacuole. It created this, it created that. Nah, nigga, that shit don't make no sense.
I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying I don't have the education.
Hold on,
it's
brother.
not my field.
Again,
I'm not a biologist. I'm not a biochemist. I'm just a teacher.
So
I'm just a teacher.
I got you. Like, goddamn, I got you.
You don't got anything.
But they lack. Okay, brother, explain to me how.
Okay. Explain.
Okay, brother, explain to me how a prokaryotic cell changed if they lack introns and are already programmed with everything that they need. Explain to all 200 people in here real quick, brother. Go ahead and unmute. Go ahead.
So, I'm going to tell you from what I know. I am not a biochemist. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a microbiologist. This is not my field.
Okay,
but the simplest way that I can tell you why.
I just want to be completely clear, okay? If you do not know, please don't get up here babbling BS. If you truthfully don't know how something that lacks introns and is already programmed with everything that it needs changed into a eukaryotic cell, please don't get up here and try to explain that if you truly don't know. Like, I'm just going to be respectful about it. Please don't get up here because you're going to sound very stupid.
This whole live has sounded very stupid. All right.
But you haven't provided one scientific.
I provided two concrete examples. The cliff swallows and the Baijiu people.
You was referring to adaptation, and I told you how the fuck did neuromelanin
these adaptations you're talking about, they all happen. They all happen.
Hold on, I asked you a question, right, brother? I sat there and let you babble on, right? I literally asked you, brother. I said, how did neuromelanin, which has a completely different biochemical composition than pheomelanin, how the fuck did neuromelanin transfer into pheomelanin, which is an animal-based melanin? There was already animals on the planet. You can only get that shit from fucking animals, bro. That's the thing.
Because my question is,
how did we go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic? Because you're saying so-called black people are eukaryotic organisms.
No, so-called black people are eukaryotic organisms. We are eukaryotic organisms. Eukaryotic organisms just means that we have organelles inside our cells.
Which so-called black people don't. We're already
do.
Our shit is already programmed, bro.
We do, though.
This is why I brought up the fact that they lack introns, bro. So the thing with eukaryotic organisms, you're saying that we don't even know how the fuck the eukaryotic cell got on the planet. They don't have no explanation for that shit, but they're just saying, well, shit, it happened. No explanation whatsoever.
I would urge you not to just Google these things.
I don't Google, brother.
But to actually read these papers and read
books, bro. Like
the books what kind of books are you reading? Because let me go back because I will concede that I waded into waters that I am not fully versed in. All right. Microbiology, I did not major in
But you're
microbiology.
I get it.
All
You're a
right.
science teacher though, and you try to come up here and play
Hold.
around
So let me.
when
So
you
let
didn't
me.
even understand
So let
what
me.
you was
So let me.
arguing
So
on,
let
brother.
me.
That's the
Let me get
thing.
back to our
Well,
main
can
point.
I
Let
speak?
me get back to
Because
our
I've been
main point
patient and he just keep
because
going back and forth.
I went to a place where I am not fully versed in, which is fine. I admit that. All right. But I will talk about anthropology. I will talk about that.
Nah, bro. Can you explain to me how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, please? And if you don't know, just say you don't know.
I literally just said I don't know. And I'm telling you that
All right.
I
So
apologize
your whole
for
all
waiting
right.
it.
So your whole argument this whole time has been adaptation and evolution.
Yes.
Right, but you don't explain the basis of evolution is how the fuck we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. So
So
therefore,
I want you to
I'm a
explain to
respect.
me
Hold on, brother.
I want you to explain to
Hold
me
on,
how
brother. I'm
evolution
gonna say
works.
this. Hold on.
I
I'm gonna
want
say
you to explain
this
to me how evolution works.
respectfully, though,
Respectfully,
you don't even know.
respectfully.
You're a science teacher. You came up here spewing that evolution and adaptation
Yes.
BS that never.
Yes.
Hold on.
Because we have
Right,
seen
right.
it.
I got you. You came up here spewing that BS that never fucking happened. You can't explain it. You can't explain it. You're just talking about the cause, but you're not talking about the effect, how that shit actually took place,
Okay.
which I
All right.
completely
All right.
understand.
I'm gonna
And
give
guess
it.
what, brother?
I'm gonna give it like
Abundance and
the
gratitude. I
simplest.
do
The
appreciate
simplest
you
I
for coming
can.
up here
The
and
simplest I
appreciate you.
can. Ether.
But I'm gonna
The
move on though,
simplest
my
I
brother.
can. The
Respectfully,
simplest I can.
abundance,
Hold on.
abundance. All right, go ahead, receipt.
Goodness, that was so much. I Okay, I'm not gonna just go ahead and go there. I'm just gonna go ahead and speak. As far as melanin, if you don't carry neuromelanin in your brain, then you just don't have it. You could be dark complected with no neuromelanin in your brain. Okay? The fact that a lot of people want to try to invert or basically combine us together, right, with animals is basically you're agreeing with us laying with them as well. TikTok is for entertainment, educational purpose only. Can y'all put fruits in the chat? The fact that when it comes to actual bone structures, I know that we are different than most. When he mentioned something about eye folds, when it came to the quote unquote Asians that are what I would call phenotypically the ones that they show visually is of a recessive complexion, those eye folds come from the INCEST process. Okay? When it comes to actual genetics, like your genes, the environment does not change your genetics as far as it make your skin a little paler or it can make it, you know what I'm saying, a little bit quote unquote tanner. But I just don't get what his argument was. He said he wanted to compare us with humans. Now me, to be honest with you, when it comes to this, I actually know exactly what I'm talking about. So I just want to say this. I don't consider myself as a human. To consider myself as a human is to consider myself as a Homo sapien, Homo erectus, anything with the HOMO means the same or yoked. Some people on this planet, parents share the same genetics, which has caused a lot of mutations physically and mentally. I'm just going to just keep it right there. If you have any questions, I'm just going to mute. That was just too much.
Most definitely abundance and gratitude, sister. I appreciate you expressing your frequency. All right, go ahead, Jasmine.
I almost dropped because it was just like for me, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but it was just like blah 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 blah, blah and the way this it was just so condescending. When he mentioned that he was from Africa or whatever, it made more sense for him to have those white supremacist ideologies while calling himself a school teacher. That's actually the only reason why I turned on my camera because I just kind of found it disingenuous. And I'm glad that he finally admitted that because I have 6 degrees up here. One of them is in biology, and that top one is a master's in education and learning design technologies. But that means nothing because our people, the melanated people of the Americas, the United States of America, the Aboriginal people to be exact, we aren't a monolith. So to sit here and say that someone who's self-taught, who knows their history, and is actually telling you more as a science teacher, like these are the people that they have teaching our kids. I find that hella wild. You did say that you were a biologist, Oda. I remember you saying that. I'm a biologist. Like, no, the heck you're not. And if you are, how freaking dare you come over here with all that whitey supremacist evolutionary, we were monkeys type of like rhetoric and down talk people who know the terms that you can't even define. It was very disgusting to me. I don't want to keep going on and on about him, but he started to show himself and his inability to control his emotions. And yes, emotions are a thing if you understand our biophysical. And you did say that. You're like, well, I'm not a biochemist, whatever. Yeah, you would realize that freaking emotions are chemicals, Goofy. It's a chemical, like, compound. Your endocrine system, your thyroid, those are physical freaking things. Just like our pineal gland being calcified, well, not mine, but possibly yours, I don't know. It's starting to give like you're mixed with cave beasts, or at least you listen to those people who don't have a pineal gland that's calcified yet chloride, not being able to even observe the sun, going outside, that vitamin D that our people epigenetically are predispositioned to not fully be able to absorb. I mean, I'm not going to keep going on and on. It was just like very irritating to me. But before that, I came in here because I agreed with a lot of things you were saying. I'm personally not going to go and go too much into the biology because clearly this is not the space that Mr. Oldot can relate to, and people like him. It's just so goofy at this point. But the species thing, there are different hominids, right? Neanderthal, Denisovans, even the Pygmies and the Melanesians, the Andaman Island people, those are different types of hominids, different, or you could say species, right? So let's not get like too caught up on that term. But if you understand genetics, which I do because I actually am a biology major, I'm not a geneticist though, so I'll give you that. There are these different DNA strands. You heard of the GATAGA, right? GATC. Those stand for something. And when you do your DNA test and you get your raw DNA, it's going to give you thousands upon, like millions of freaking RCID codes that tell you exactly whether it's a CC or a TA or whatever, who you are. And they've known this for a very long time. That's why they sit here studying us, doing experiments on us, creating viruses and ailments to try to unalive us because they know us more than we know ourselves. But here's the difference though. We have that genetically in us. We created everybody. So we don't have to sit there and use technology to remember who we are. The cycles come back around and oh my gosh, we're remembering. We're remembering what Gattaca means. We remember, and I did have to take some notes after that long-winded freaking thing he was saying, but the pigmentation genes, right? If you guys get your genetics and get your DNA or whatever, look for these things. SLC24A5. If you're looking at your raw data, it is RS1426654. If you see an AA after that, that's light skin, common in Europeans. GG after that, darker skin, common in, you guys said, Aboriginal Americans. Some Africans and some Asians, right? SCL45A2 is another mutation. CC after that, that's found in lighter skinned Europeans. If you see GG, you're an Aboriginal human being. Eye color. Now, this is where it does get a little bit tricky because, again, we have all those colors, right? HERC2, OCA2, eye color. GG is blue eyes, AA is brown eyes. But we had that, and the guy he was trying to say in Europe was Cheddarman, Goofy. Cheddarman, the dark skin hominid, of Britain, right? Because 6,000 years ago, Goofy, that's when that mutation came into play. But we've been here for over 30,000 years, right? Before that, tell me why the Eskimos have dark skin if it was a necessary mutation. Tell me why. In the Arctic, they had dark skin. Those red colored people, those copper colored people here, the Olmecs with the broad nose. And then you're also so goofy because these white people told you that we evolved from, he said something about birds or something like that, right? The birds and the swallows, whatever. Just look at human beings. Look at human beings and just use your freaking common sense. Decalcify your pineal gland. Because if you understand human migration, because you wanted to go there, you wanted to cook so bad, you wanted to cook a human migration, that your goofy self thought that your people in Africa were just sitting there just being Africans in huts and stuff, right? As opposed to being seafarers, mariners, freaking tradesmen. Isn't it possible that we have those genetics because you guys were already over here when the world was all black, silly? But you think it's okay to sit there and be like, no, we were just slaves. We just sat here and we just lost all our stuff. When that continent, when it was called what name? Alkebulan, Afro-Asiatic areas, whatever, the Berbers, the Ottomans, like you don't even know history. How goofy of you to call yourself a teacher. I found that very offensive. I don't know. But when it comes to epigenetics and it comes to genetics, there are actual markers that are turned on and off through methylation. In other words, you should go and look up Obot, the fake teacher biologist, cooking like cow dung, apparently, because that's what you guys use for nutrients. At least that's what I saw National Geographic or whatever, when they were like, for 10 cents a day, you can help a starving kid who didn't know how to do nothing. Like, what the heck? I'm sorry. Now it's becoming a rant, and I don't like to bully people, but 6,000 years ago, for whatever reason, I'm going to say, put this out there, maybe it's genetic engineering. Maybe the Yakub story makes sense, right? Because why would all of a sudden these people who the sun hates come into being and then go around and destroy the world? I just want to know that. Like, why do you guys love to like unalive stuff so much? And why does the sun hate you? And why can't you reproduce? Also, we're not all poor.
Hold on.
I wasn't done talking. That was rude. I listened to that goofy talk for like, it felt like an hour. But also, we're not all poor. We haven't just sat here this entire time not traveling, because this whole planet is ours, and definitely this whole continent. I want to know why and I will say this, we have traders. We have traders in our community, and it's not just about the skin tone. It is beyond that. But there are traders in our community that sold us out for a plot of land and diabetes, because they love, I guess, like, I don't know if to say liquor so much, like, because they gave you those diabetes, because they like to pay $5 to go on those roads. And look at where you're at. I love that for you. The Black Indians are bullying you. Yeah, the Black Indians remember, and we want to know why you sold us out. I'm gonna land my plane there, but because I could go on and on. And it's not even, at this point, it's not even about us begging for it back. We remember, we're taking it back. I love this reality for you. I love your presidents you guys voted for taking your stuff back. Like, imagine that. Embarrassing. But that's all I wanted to say. I want to hear more about the genetics and stuff, not the fake white evolution monkey story. It's just very weird.
Definitely abundance and gratitude, sister. I appreciate that.
I had like
All
four
right,
topics that I wanted to say.
Hold on, Bug. There was people here before you. Go ahead, Zell. or Zills.
What's up? Oh yeah. Yeah. So I agree with. I'm not a biologist either, but I do agree with a lot of stuff. I've been watching a lot of Bobby Hemmett. So I just started this thing like maybe a couple years ago because I used to. I guess I wouldn't say that I was a Christian, but my family was a Christian, so I kind of fell under that theology. And then I finally broke free from that. So now I'm trying to learn, who I am. I don't believe everything that's on Google or whatever, so I don't really know the right resources to go to because it's unfortunate that a lot of the institutions and the knowledge that is out there is kind of like either perverted or withheld to some degree. And if I can't get all of it, I don't want it, and it's not worth my time. So so I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. So I'm on board with the Anunnaki story, and the reason why I say this is because of my experience with, we'll say, consciousness. So all right, when you say melanin, like, and this is what other people have tried to express to me when it comes to the soul, right? So I guess I would like to talk about like what is the contents of the soul in relationship to the spirit and where and the origin of consciousness because like I'm on board with Bobby Hemmett when he says, okay, well, not all white people are white and not all black people are black. So it's just like, okay, so I mean, things have been so mixed up over thousands of years. I guess the only thing that we can really talk about is consciousness and consciousness in relation to the body. So because I don't believe because someone's white that they don't have you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
So let me say this. For one, I'm speaking about genetics and biology. So that's I'm gonna go ahead and state that. And nobody outside of so-called black people is the soul walking in the flesh. Meaning all soul is, because the etymology of soul is just sun. And neuromelanin is condensed sunlight. So if you look at the biochemical composition of neuromelanin, it's going to match that of the sun. So so-called black people are just the sun walking in the flesh. This is why we absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum. So everybody else outside of us, they're not the soul walking in the flesh. They're a eukaryotic organism that came through genetic splicing, and they're being removed from the planet by the sun.
So but consciousness has to go somewhere because it can't be destroyed. So are you saying that these people
Nah,
don't have one?
Nah, y'all do have consciousness. Y'all have animal consciousness because you're spliced with multiple different types of animals to make up your organism. But as far as so-called black people, we have nine. We have nine ether consciousness. Y'all have six ether consciousness.
Okay, but I don't believe every person who is considered black is black.
Right, black is not even a thing. I just say so-called black because that's what a lot of my people tie themselves to. We're not so-called. We're not black people, bro. We're the soul or the sun walking in the flesh. All of us possess neuromelanin and produce it in the third ventricle of the brain. Everybody else has an abnormal amount of pheomelanin, which is animal melanin.
Okay, but to what degree of someone's when it comes to the tone or the character of someone's skin does that signify that they are you know you know you know the you know what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't.
Well, okay, so if I have every shade of, okay, I don't believe black. Okay, when I say black, the only reason why I say black is because it's hard to really signify what is that because black is not a color. So when I say black, I'm talking about the whole spectrum. So if I have the whole spectrum lined out right here, right, where do you draw the line between what is considered animal consciousness and what is considered, whatever you're calling consciousness?
Right, so it's not about. All right, so it's not about skin color. It's about genetics because genetics it's what makes up your skin. So so-called light-skinned black people, they still produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain. It's just another shade of neuromelanin. With y'all, so even albinos, my albino brothers and sisters still produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain. It's just another shade. But with y'all's biochemical composition is completely different because you have a different type of melanin. And the reason you have a different type of melanin is because you're spliced with multiple different types of animals to make up your organism. This is why you have an abnormal amount of pheomelanin, which again is animal melanin.
Okay, so I don't. Okay, so I don't understand how you know who my ancestors are, because I've seen what
Right.
you're
So
considering.
how we can tell is like
What
again,
you're
that's
considering
why I say
mulatto, no,
genetics.
what you're considering mulatto has the same kind of phenotypes that I have and the same kind of hair that I have. So
Nah,
I don't
I
understand
don't,
what you.
hold on. I don't even know what you're talking about. I never said mulatto. That never came out of my mouth. What I said was all so-called black people, no matter whether they're albino or the darkest of the dark, so-called black people that share my base phenotype, meaning the type of hair I have that grows up towards the sun, or the type of skin I have, which is neuromelanated skin. That's what I'm referring to. Everybody else outside of that group right there either came through the graping of the so-called black woman, voluntary mixed breeding, or they was genetically engineered that way with multiple different types of animals. That's how the rest of y'all got on the planet. And y'all didn't show up no more than what 6 to 8 thousand years ago in the state that you're in today. But they created more people like y'all. They created the Neanderthal, the Denisovans. They create
Who did?
your creator.
Who's my creator?
Pindar, Moloch, Yeshua, God, Jesus, Muhammad, Allah, whatever you want to call him, that's your creator. So-called black people, we ain't come from that shit.
But I don't believe that.
You don't gotta. Hey,
I'm more of a
this ain't.
nihilistic.
Bro,
I'm more of a
hold
nihilistic.
on. I got you. You don't gotta believe it. That's why I tell people to look into genetics because genetics is gonna tell you the truth. It's a scientific fact that me and you don't produce the same type of melanin. And guess what? The type of melanin you have is just explaining what type of DNA you have. Because again, animals either have eumelanin or pheomelanin. That's the same shit that's within y'all. Because again, you are spliced with multiple different types of animals to make up your organism.
And you don't think white people have neuromelanin?
No, because 80 to what 80 to 85% of y'all are born with a calcified pineal gland, and even if it's decalcified, you're not producing neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain because you don't have the genetics to do that. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, I don't really have the access to, I'm not going to believe, the Europeans, like, I'm not going to believe Ancestry.com and send my DNA and take their word for it. So,
Right, it's not. That's not about that. What I'm speaking about is what. See, a lot of people want to bring up those DNA tests. All that shit is it don't matter. See, everybody wants to attach themselves to a landmass or a title. I'm speaking about genetics. So what determines if you produce neuromelanin is your mother. So if your mother is so-called black, she passes that down to you because you get 95% of your genetic material or your genes from your mother. So you get 95% of your genetic material from your mother.
So if a black woman and a white guy have kids, right? And that kid ends up having kids, and that kid ends up having kids, and that kid. So eventually, that person's gonna not have neuromelanin if they keep dating out
Right,
of the
and
race.
they're going to be a eukaryotic organism.
So that eukaryotic is gonna come from the prokaryotic, right? It's gonna
No,
come from so the so-called white man is gonna come from the black woman, right?
absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
See, the reason why we know this, again, so-called black people have no animal DNA, but your people have animal DNA. So you didn't come through the so-called black woman. You came through electroporation, electrofusion, hybridization, introgression, things like that. That's how you came to be on the planet. You didn't come through Earth's natural evolution.
You're talking about an event that happened that could have been so far back. Even if I had a black woman in my timeline, for me to sit here and say that is inadequate for me to not exist because of bleeding out that bloodline because
Bro,
if I have one
nah.
person if I have one person
I
in my
don't.
timeline that is
Uh,
black and eventually that bloodline gets dried out, then
again, hold on, because
that's like
I
saying that
don't.
that
I
person
don't
never
think you're. I
existed.
don't think you're under. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. That's the thing. Do you have any type of information on genetics or biology at all? Like, I'm just curious.
No, but I have common sense though.
Okay, so you don't even understand what I'm talking about. Like, I told you multiple times, and you don't understand that because you're not studying genetics. So I will tell you, I gave you keywords already. I would go look into those keywords, and that should give you your answer. Or if you don't want to, that's completely fine too. But I'm gonna go ahead and move on because it's like I don't think you're even understanding what I'm
Yeah, but
talking.
that has nothing to do with consciousness. It really
I
don't.
got you,
It
abundance.
really don't.
Well, I got you. I got you. It's just I don't. I'm not finna waste my time. You don't even know what I'm saying, so it's no point. Hold on, I'm gonna add some new people up here. All right, go ahead. You are ready.
What it do? This is start.
Oh, my fault, sister. It was just somebody in here before you. Go ahead. You are
It's
ready.
okay. I was just speaking. I just want to say we not y'all. Y'all not us. It's real simple, but I know why y'all can't comprehend.
Hold on. Hey,
Y'all
hold on,
got too
sister.
much
It was somebody
Neanderthal.
before you.
I'm sorry. Too much Neanderthal. That's why they can't. So just work with them.
Go eat your motherfucking food and get away from me, please. And then when I'm done, then you ask me. What did I do? Nothing. You just keep on saying the same shit over thirsty. Like, what the fuck? You see me, I'm irritated because of what your mother done did already. It ain't go away. The feeling ain't go away. Everything I'm fucking doing right. She still got some sit there argue about some bullshit ass
Yeah.
couple dollars that wasn't even hers.
Yo,
Yelling and
already.
screaming, demeaning me. Oh yeah, all that shit for what? I still got my motherfucking little cakey cakes. Still
Yo,
have it for
already.
what? You ain't got enough for no cake.
Yo, you already.
Whatever. You don't gotta talk about it. It ain't your money in it. No, it's not your money. You ain't got enough of it. I don't have a patience.
All right, we not. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, sister.
All I was saying is they got too much Neanderthal DNA, and so when their cerebellum was forming, which is your second brain, that's why they can't jump either because it affects your motor. Listen, they can't comprehend for real. A lot of them not playing. They really cannot wrap their head around what you're saying to them. And I just want you to realize that. Realize when you are beating an unalived horse is all I'm saying.
Right, I got you. I completely understand. But all you wanted to add to the topic?
Y'all already know I know we ain't one species. Cut it. That's it.
All right, I got you. Abundance. Go ahead, no bush. Yo, no bush. Kennels. Go ahead.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So we bring in energy. Us as so-called black people. We take in
Oh,
energy from the sun, right?
hold on. My bad,
What's good?
brother. My bad. My sister been in here waiting for a long time. Go ahead, Z. My fault. I forgot. I low key forgot you was up here. My bad. Go ahead.
Bro, you know I'm chilling out. I'm in the middle of working, so go ahead. I'm gonna just fall back for just a minute. Go ahead.
All right, I got you. Go ahead, boo.
Okay.
Yeah, like I was saying. So us as so-called black people, we take in energy from the sun, right? Do you believe that the energy we take in, we disperse something from our body that's waste?
Can you define
That's
waste?
my question. Not waste, like energy, unused energy that we take in.
Uh, I mean, yeah, we 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 can disperse energy. That a good example of that would be black body radiation. So
Hmm.
I would urge you to go look into that. That will give you your answer.
I will. I was talking to a friend of mine, and I don't know why I came up with this. Just got in my brain to where are we getting these people sick? These non-black people, are we getting these people sick with what we're letting go from our body, from the energy that we're getting from the sun? And that was my only question.
So they're not. We're not necessarily getting them sick. I will say that we absorb radiation, right? So we absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum. And like you said, when you look in the black body radiation, we disperse that. So to an extent, yes,
That's what
absolutely.
I'm saying,
Especially
because
as so as
I'm sorry about
our
that.
frequency begins to rise and we start pulling in more sunlight because right now we're pulling in UVC radiation and we're dispersing that as well. And the sun is also hitting them with UVC radiation, which is removing them from the planet. So I
Right.
mean, yeah,
Now, that's the only question I have, man. Keep cooking, young brother, man. I like what you're doing, man. Keep doing your thing.
no, it's definitely abundance and gratitude.
Yes, sir. That's the same to you.
Come on with it, little girl. I already know what this is gonna be. But go ahead.
Go ahead, Stevie. Hold up. All right, go ahead, Stevie Gonzalez.
Say in them comments. So I'm just,
Yeah,
I'm
Stevie, go
just
ahead.
waiting for her to speak.
Hello?
All right, we can hear you. Go ahead, Stevie.
All right, I got a quick question, man. If our gods are different, what animals did he made for y'all?
So-called black people have no animal DNA.
Because we are gods. That's what you need to understand.
Hold on, sister. Let him get his frequency out. I don't want no interruptions. Go ahead, Stevie.
So how do you process your energy? Like
What do
how
you
do you
mean?
gain your energy?
How do we gain energy?
Yeah, like because you need food to function.
Absolutely. So-called black people, we're autotrophous people. So that should give you your answer right there.
Well, see, because we're all built the same. We all have noses. We all have eyes. We have all lungs. We bleed the same color. Like it doesn't add up. We you know what I'm saying, there has to be a source and it can't be different. Now, if you had a point where, like, melon darker skinned people, they could started it. But where it threw me off is you saying that you have a different God.
First of all, so-called black people, I'm not sure what you mean by God. We
The
have
creator.
our,
Creator.
yeah, absolutely. We have two different creators, so-called black people. We all come from the universe. And the so-called black woman, she's a fragment of the universe. So she created the so-called black men or the black man, and that's how we got on the planet. But as far as how y'all got on the planet, y'all are eukaryotic organisms, which is a multicellular organism that has a abundance of genes from different organisms to actually make up its organism, and this is what differentiates us.
So if that's the case, say like let's say like so-called white folks and how they can be in under colder conditions and survive in it, and even dark folk, you know what I'm saying, little tanner folks, how like how can they thrive and thrive and they don't need the sun?
So for one, everything needs the sun.
Yes, yes. Yeah. I didn't mean it like that, but I'm saying like they don't need it because I'm dark skinned as well. You know what I'm saying? But they don't need it like we need it where the sun is. You get what I'm trying to say? Like we get more abundance of the sun than they do, but they still can survive and thrive.
Oh, that's because who are you referring to?
Can
Like,
I?
which group of people are you talking about?
Like I said, like, you know, the white so-called white folks or Eskimos, they have a little color to their skin and they're still over there.
Pause. Can I
Right.
please answer?
Hold on, sister. That's because you're talking about an unnatural species, like, and that's only because they have pheomelanin. Like, I'm not sure why. Are you asking like why do they thrive in colder climates?
Yeah, like that. It's like
Oh,
they
okay.
use the code
Yeah,
to
I,
help
I
them.
got you. I got you now. So that's because of pheomelanin. So I would urge you to look up the biochemical composition of pheomelanin, and that should give you your answer.
Okay, man. Um, after this, I'm good, my man. Man, it was a good talk, man. What degrees do you have?
I don't need a degree.
Okay, well, it's because I'm an educated man myself. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. Life. That's
Life.
the best education you will ever get, my love.
Right.
Now let
So
me
I
say
believe.
this.
hold up. You don't need a degree to study genetics. You don't need a degree to study biology, chemistry,
No,
biochemistry.
I, I,
Hold
I
on, hold
get
on,
that.
hold
I
on, hold on,
understand the
hold on.
degree.
Hold on. You don't need a degree to study any of that or to understand any of that. That's the thing. I'm actually reading from books from people who have degrees, and if you would like those books, they're on my Instagram. Like, I'm not sure what to tell you. Like, I get it.
I'm
You want to
now I'm
kind
gonna
of get
say
more
this.
degrees and shit
We
like that,
we
but
we
we don't.
trust in institutions way too much because a pastor that comes from a Roman teaching, we're gonna trust them when that's the direct enemy. Now, a teacher, they're paid on salary to lie to us Black Americans about history. Why the hell would we rely on a teacher to teach us when we know the truth and we got good discernment? We could see all through history what went down with our bloodline from start to finish.
Right,
So
I get that.
I love how
Hey,
they
hey,
think.
though, brother. Respectfully, it was people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
That
just had to
humbly
just
before me.
slip that in.
Most definitely abundance. But Stevie, would you like to respond to any of that, or can I go ahead and move on to the next guest? Hold on, you gotta unmute Stevie. All right, go ahead, Valentine.
Okay, I have a question. So, you mentioned something about individuals carrying, what is it, neuromelanin in their bodies?
Right. So before we even get into any of that, are we all one species?
Are we on one species? Or species? Ooh, that's arguable, depending on how you view the genesis of the world coming into being. At least the biological aspect of the planet Earth, like developing from whatever seeded life on this planet. Like some people believe that it was an asteroid that carried some sort of like sorts of biological components. Others believe that there is some sort of genesis from inorganic compounds that sort of like souped together. It really depends.
So I'm here for your explanation.
I have a question because
Hold.
there's something that I don't understand. Um,
I mean, you got to answer my question before you
uh,
start asking me
if I'm
questions.
following the cosmic seed theory, then yes, because that's what I believe, just on a personal level.
All right.
And
So
I
can
have no
you?
qualifications to display that or to add any credence to that. So
I
let
mean,
that
if
just
you've
be.
been studying in it, that's completely fine. That's what I'm here for. People who already know. So, can you explain it biologically and genetically how we are all one species?
Actually, yes. You mentioned earlier that neuromelanated individuals are, what was it, impervious or derive sustenance from the entire electromagnetic spectrum,
We absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum. Yes.
including gamma rays.
Right.
So, by that logic, I could drop a clear block of uranium 235 in your lap, and you would derive sustenance from that. You would not develop lymphomas all over your body. You would not develop bone cancer.
Depends.
Because if that is right, if what you're saying is true, and neuromelanated individuals, so-called black people by your own verbiage, do absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum, then that means you're impervious, and not just impervious, sustained by the entirety of every single lethal kind of radiation we can think of, alpha, beta, gamma rays. You're
Right.
saying that you eat those?
Right. So the ones that we're seeing today, right, coming from the sun is UVC radiation, right?
Yes.
And that's actually been ground level since 2015. So that so-called black people, we're not being affected by UVC radiation if we are eating according to our genetic makeup. But with y'all, it doesn't matter how clean y'all eat. Y'all are still being unalived at a mass rate from the sun.
My question is about the entire electromagnetic spectrum, because that's what you said. That was your logic. That was your point that you dismissed somebody else's with.
Right. So neuromelanin absorbs all that.
It absorbs all of them. So you're impervious to gamma rays.
I mean, did you?
Are you or are you not? You're not.
I'm not.
You're not. You're going to develop some kind of horrendous cancer. You're
Right.
going to
So
you're going
my
to unalive
again,
at the exact same rate that anybody else will.
absolutely
This
not. See, my thing is again.
unequivocally
Hold on. Again,
refutes.
let's
Okay.
go back into, like I said, we're talking about what we see naturally today being dispersed by the sun. So that's UVA, UVB, and UVC radiation. That's having a effect on your biology, not mine. So that's what we're gonna talk about today. You're bringing up shit that is not even being dispersed by the sun right now. That's the thing.
I'm bringing up things that were being dispersed by you, by your
Not you're saying you're
dismissed
talking
somebody
about
else with.
yeah,
You
you're
said
talking about uranium.
that the entire electromagnetic
I'm
spectrum
talking
sustains you, and that's just false. That is just
like
not
so-called black
true.
people eat.
So how many of the
We
other
eat,
things that you're
we
spouting
eat
out right now
particles,
are
bro.
not true?
I mean, can you prove that it's not true?
Yes, yes, I can. I would need a block of uranium-235, but yeah, I could.
And look, that's the whole thing. Like,
I mean,
You want to talk about high vibrational? Oh my God, the
I
vibrations
never.
coming off of that
I'm not
rock.
even right. I got you. So, can you explain to me why the eukaryotic cell is being removed from the planet by the sun?
I don't know. High velocity photons or subatomic particles always, and I really do mean always, break down anything that come in contact with, organic
Except
or
for,
inorganic.
but all right, I like how you said that. So, why is it not affecting so-called black people?
It is.
It's not though.
Black people get melanomas. Black people develop
Yeah,
skin
you want
cancer.
to know
Black
why?
people develop
Because
bone cancer.
again, like I was saying earlier, we're not eating according to our genetic makeup.
It's not just
But
food.
those of
It
us,
is
hold
exposure to other
on.
toxic
Those
elements of
of
the
us who,
environment.
hold on. Those of us who are eating according to our genetic makeup are having no problems underneath that sun. But when it comes to y'all undergo acute body radiation, photodermatitis, melanoma, all that shit. That's y'all's group, and y'all are actually being unalived at a mass rate. They actually predict 1.5 million.
Whoa. What do
I
you
mean,
mean
they
by y'all?
poison
Hold on.
everything.
They
What do you mean by
they
y'all?
predict 1.5 million, 1.5 million of y'all to be unalive this year from the sun. Like y'all are having major problems with the sun, and it's only been increasing because again, you're a eukaryotic cell organism, and you're not natural to the planet.
So are you.
I'm
Eukaryotic
not.
just
No, we're
indicates
So-called
you
black
are a
people are
multicellular
prokaryotic
organism
organisms.
on an internal level. You are a colony. We all are.
Nah,
No,
so-called black people
no.
are prokaryotic cell organisms. We have 150 trillion cells, and 100 trillion of those cells are prokaryotic, and the other 50 trillion stem from the toe tippet and stem cell of the so-called black woman. And we don't need organelles, we don't need a nucleus, we don't need none of that because all of our cells are programmed by neuromelanin.
Every cell. Okay. If your cells are so fundamentally different than any
Worlds
other
apart.
perceived race or perceived like morphology of a human or humanoid individual that inhabits the planet Earth, why do blood transfusions between so-called black people, so-called white
Again, y'all want to
people,
get into
and
that?
other
So
people?
now we got to talk about antigens. That's the only reason we can share blood. Blood types was for breeding purposes and entertainment purposes only. So-called black people, we are not the producers of those animal proteins, and we didn't have that until we came into contact with you people.
Facts.
First off, you're not clarifying who you people is.
You.
Everybody
The
outside of so-called black
Europeans.
people.
Europeans.
Not
You're not
not even
European.
not even just
Everybody that's not
European.
an American Indian.
Hold
How
on.
about that?
I am an
Nah,
American Indian.
hold
I'm
on,
native.
hold
Or
on, because
indigenous.
I don't want people to speak for me. I got it. So I'm talking about everybody outside of so-called black people.
Okay.
So,
That makes more sense.
and this is why we don't phenotypically present the same. So
You still haven't answered my question from earlier. Or you still haven't really addressed it. You kind of skirted around it. The
yeah,
fact that
I
you are
said
not
hold
impervious to
on.
gamma rays
I said
or alpha rays
hold
or
on,
beta rays.
because you heard exactly what I said in the beginning. You just keep asking the same question, but you're just speaking about a
Because that
specific type. So
fundamental aspect of your
hold
argument
on. I'm gonna
refutes
clear.
everything that you said.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, damn, you're gonna ask me a question and then just keep on talking. Like, I'm confused. So I'm gonna go ahead and clarify so we can move on. So-called black people absorb the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum. I'm gonna say that one more time so you clearly heard what I said. So now we can move on. Cause I'm not gonna play the game. So can you explain to me again, why is the eukaryotic cell organism being removed? Meaning your people.
The eukaryotic cell being removed.
Yeah,
You have
why
a
are
fundamental
eukaryotic organisms
misunderstanding about
unaliving
what the
underneath their
word
sun?
eukaryotic means.
I don't know what
Keep
eukaryotic
using it.
means. Eukaryotic means true seeded
It doesn't.
nucleus.
You're still deflecting. You're still deflecting this irrefutable part of your very, very flawed reasoning. You're not immune to the entire electromagnetic spectrum
Just because you
just
say that
because
doesn't make it a
you
true thing. So-called
also
black people undergo. Hold on.
like
So-called black
melanin is a
people undergo.
pigment. To ascribe
Right, I
just
got
a
you. I
pigment
got you.
to some kind of
And
like
there's actually 5 different types of melanin. So which one are you talking about?
here, educate me.
Nah,
You tell me because I don't know
Shut
all
the
the
fuck up. Nah, because you just came up here trying to play around. So I'm gonna need you to clarify which type of melanin are you actually talking about? Because there's 5 different types, and those 5 different types are just explaining what type of DNA you have. So you go ahead and clarify for the room. What type of melanin are you referring to when you said that? Go ahead, Valentine.
You said neuromelanin.
Nah, explain what type of melanin you're talking about that undergoes that.
That undergoes what? Immunity to the entire electromagnetic spectrum?
Right.
Any kind. Any kind.
That's
If
completely
it is
false.
a
'Cause
biological component
well, they
of
all
your
have
body, it
different
will be
biochem.
ripped
All right,
apart
hold
by
on,
those
hold on.
rays.
So they have different biochemical compositions. So no, they don't
Yes,
all do
and
the
they
same
are
thing, and they're not all the same.
they're all still going to be destroyed by the sheer force of the subatomic particles ripping through them. No
Not
biological entity that leaves this planet can
Neuromelanin is
survive
condensed sunlight.
radiation from the sun.
So can you explain again? I didn't ask you like 8 times. Can you explain why your people are being removed from the planet?
The same reasons that yours are. Poison,
So-called black
cancer,
people.
war, violence, the same things.
Nah, so-called black people. I said by why is the eukaryotic cell organism being removed by the sun, and you brung up other shit that don't even make any sense. But
It does make sense. I brought up things that you brought up.
so-called black people.
You brought up being immune to the electromagnetic spectrum.
I got you. Either way, so-called black people are undergoing photodermatitis. We're not undergoing all that shit like y'all at a mass rate. And we can't even get photodermatitis for one because we possess neuromelanin. But yeah, some of my brothers and sisters do get skin cancer from the sun. Some of them do get melanoma. And again, that's because they're not eating according to their genetics. But once we start to eat according to our genetic makeup, we will have no issues underneath that sun. Y'all are the only ones having major major problems underneath that sun. I mean, just look at Asia. They're becoming sterile over there. They're not even having children anymore. Even here in America, they're not. Their birth rate has been declining. I mean, the birth rates amongst you people have been declining at a fast rate. That's what I'm saying. So that's not happening to so-called black people.
I
So
see.
I'm gonna need
I
you to
see.
clarify. I'm gonna need you to clarify how we are all one species if that's happening.
Okay. We're all one species because if I drop a block of uranium-235 on your lap, we're all going to get
But
melanoma.
you
We're
keep
all
going
going to
back.
get bone cancer.
Explain to me why
We
you
all
people
bleed the
have
same. We
right.
all unalive.
Right, cool. We all unalive the same. Cool, not a problem. So explain to me why the eukaryotic cell organism is being removed by the sun.
No biological entity survives contact with an electromagnetic ray above or
Right. So
below a
you're not
certain
hearing my question. You're clearly just like, I'm not sure what you're doing. But
something
I
keeps
I asked
muting
you a
me for some
question.
reason, like
Yeah,
mid
I'm
conversation.
muting you because you keep over talking me while I was asking my question. That's why you're not answering it straight because you was too busy over talking. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Explain to me why the eukaryotic cell organism is being removed by the sun.
Proximity. Proximity.
Clarify.
So-called black people developed highly melanated pigmentation on their skin because of their proximity to the equator, which is thousands and thousands of miles closer to the sun's radiation than, say, people up in Norway. You survive by that adaptation. The body will change and morph and become something that better fits its environmental like stimuli just over time, naturally. All forms of life work that way.
All right. So okay, not a problem. How do we go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic?
The same process.
Nah, explain.
The exact same process.
Nah, explain. Because do you know how a prokaryotic cell functions?
Not entirely. Educate.
Okay, so if you don't even know the functionality of the cell, then why are you saying, "Oh, it the same thing"? Like that sounds
because they're
dumb.
destroyed by the same things.
I'm not talking about
When
the
you say
destruction. I'm
that
asking
like
how. Hold on. I'm not asking about the destruction. I'm asking how did we go from prokaryotic cells on this planet to then having eukaryotic cells? How did that happen?
adaptation. It is
Adaptation.
more
Okay, explain the
more
adaptation.
advantageous
Right.
to
No,
evolve, to transform, to collaborate, even at a cellular level.
Right. So how did it happen? Explain.
How did it happen? I can't go into the mechanical like nature. I can't say, oh yeah, this cell met this cell, and they were like, oh yeah, you know, let's shake hands and just do this thing together. Like I couldn't tell you. Nobody could tell you exactly when that occurred.
No, I'm not
You're
asking when it.
creating
Hold
like
on.
this
Hold on.
this
Respectfully, I'm not asking when that occurred. I'm asking how did prokaryotic cells that split through binary fission that also lack introns turn into a eukaryotic multicellular complex organism? Explain that.
through survival of the fittest.
That don't
Every
even make like
yes, it
see
does.
you just
It does make sense.
I low key explained it to you. You just don't understand
Can
because
I
you don't
explain
even
it to
know what the
you?
fuck you're talking about. That's the thing. Like respectfully, you honestly don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I just said
You still haven't even
prokaryotic
answered my
cells.
question about the
Right.
spectrum.
I said prokaryotic cells split through binary fission and they lack introns, right? That's important. They lack
What's an intron?
introns and they're programmed with everything that they already need. So tell me how that prokaryotic cell turned into a eukaryotic cell, please. And I don't want to hear the effect. I want to know the cause.
That is the cause. I was explaining the cause.
No, you didn't, bro.
Speciation, adaptation.
That's not
Even for
okay.
the same
What
reason
adaptation happened?
that
Right.
colonies of eukaryotes.
I got you. I got you. How did the adaptation happen?
Oh, through external stimulus, through rigorous and oftentimes lethal environmental hazards. Say the primordial soup, when things were just unicellular organisms or organelles floating in a soup.
All right, so again, how did a prokaryotic cell turn into a eukaryotic cell?
I just
Like
answered that
you're explaining the
as
effect.
plain English as I could.
Yeah, you're explaining the effect. You're not explaining the
Adapted.
cause because I literally just told you that they split again. They split. Do you know what binary fission is?
Yes.
Right. So they split through binary fission. They lack introns, and they're already programmed with everything that they'll ever need. So therefore, they have no reason to change. That's just like y'all telling people.
I
Hold
just
on,
told
hold
you.
on, hold on. It's literally the same argument with y'all saying, well, black people went over to colder climates and they stayed there for years and they somehow turned white. That shit don't make no damn sense. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like y'all wanna sit here and play around. So can you
It
explain to me how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic without just stating the effect and actually talking about the cause?
okay. Let's just simplify it and say two organelles in a primordial soup a long time ago said to each other, "Oh my God, it's really hot. Hey, your cellular membrane is really resistant to this. Can I like exist inside of you so that way we can both sort of survive this?"
Right. So
And they did.
I got you. Why don't we see that today?
Oh, we do. We see symbiotic relationships all the time. We
No, I'm
have
asking why don't we see a
bacteria that is
hold
foreign
on.
to our
I'm
bodies and our
asking why
gut
don't we
biome.
see prokaryotic cell organisms doing that shit today?
We do. We
Where's the
really
example?
do. We see diatoms working with smaller and more intricate like colonies within themselves. You can look under a microscope at certain things and you can see that one to one. You
So
can see that
so
with
you can
viruses.
so I want you to clarify for the room right now. Are you telling me that you see them absorbing each other?
I mean,
Yeah,
not with my
don't
naked
laugh.
eye, but
Yes or no?
if I
Hold
looked
on.
at a
Yes or no?
certain
Hold on.
like
I want this to be completely clear and transparent for everybody in here. Are you saying that
sure,
we see prokaryotic cells today absorbing each other today?
yes, we can.
Where?
You would need specialized equipment, but you could actually see that. In fact, oh, what was it? There was a TikTok trend about it where it was like still water with massive colonies of like small organisms working with each other. You look
What's
in that
okay?
soup, you take
What's the
one
name of
petri
the?
dish and take a look at it,
All
you're
right,
going to see the
I
exact
got you.
same
What's the name of
process.
what's the name of the organism and which other organism did they absorb?
Okay. You now you're getting into like semantics. You're just trying to make me
Nah,
like
I'm genuinely curious because you're scientists. They can't even explain this shit, but somehow you're coming up here trying to explain that shit. That's the whole basis of evolution. How we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. How we went from haploids to diploids, and it's just crazy to me how you're trying to explain that when they don't even have an answer.
first off, I think it's really flattering you think I'm a scientist.
I'm
Secondly,
not
I've
saying you're a
provided an
scientist. I'm
answer for
just
every single
asking.
question you've asked categorically
Yeah, you're talking about the
already.
effect, but you're not talking about the cause. That's
I am talking about the
literally
cause. You keep repeating that, but it's I have demonstrated each and every one of these causes to you.
right because you don't even understand how a prokaryotic cell functions. Because I literally just sat there and said that they split through binary fission, right? So just to clarify, what is binary fission? Like
Binary
just
fission,
simplify. You don't even got to get too
the
scientific. Just simplify.
separation of two either unicellular or multicellular or like
You said by
you know,
two?
no, one into two.
Okay. So they're creating replicas of each other, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you. So, and also I stated what? They lack introns, so they can't undergo splicing, natural splicing that eukaryotic cells undergo through the mRNA. So my thing is if they lack introns, and because they lack introns, they're programmed with everything that they'll ever need. So you're telling me that a prokaryotic cell said, "Oh, it's hot. Can I absorb you?" That don't even make, first of all, they're on the vents of the ocean, which is one of the hottest places, right? So that's where you can find prokaryotic cells. So that don't even make sense what you was just saying. They can live in any type of environment. Prokaryotic cells. So it's just crazy to me how you're coming up here saying that they somehow that I don't even know what the fuck you're saying. You saying they absorbed each other because one of them got too fucking hot, which is insane to say.
that's one interaction that could have happened. I'm not. In
It
fact,
didn't
I
because
clarified
right.
that it
It
wasn't
didn't.
exactly that.
I got you. It did.
It
That
could
didn't
have
happen.
been not just heat. It could have been oversalination, acidity, alkaline. It could have been any number or any kind of like really, 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 really rigorous environmental factor that causes biological components or constituents to work together to overcome that.
Again, it's like you're not answering. You're just talking of. I don't think you understand because you don't understand the prokaryotic cell. Like respectfully though,
You can't
because
understand that you're
again,
not impervious to radiation. You said that.
right? So-called black people undergo black body radiation.
That's just wrong. That is just a lie. You're lying to these people.
I am right.
Yes.
I mean, they can go get the book
Giving off
themselves. Like,
radiation,
first
you
of all,
just
I'm
don't.
not saying this for anybody to follow what I'm saying. I want my own people to go do their own research, learn genetics, because once they learn genetics, they'll understand that everybody else outside of us shares animal DNA, and they share 98% of their DNA with a violent animal, and we shouldn't be around y'all whatsoever.
This is just
The sun is
incredibly
actually hold
racist
on.
rhetoric to justify your own
The
hate for
sun. I
anybody
got
that
you.
isn't your own
No
skin
problem.
color.
We want
I'm
to
trying to
play
come
that
at you
race.
with like
I got you. We want to
facts
play
and
that
logic
racist
here.
shit. Right. We want to play that racist shit. That's not a problem. Is the sun racist for removing you from the planet?
I mean,
I'm
if
curious.
we're all out of the Earth's atmosphere,
Nah,
we're
nigga. Is the
all
sun
getting
racist
cooked.
for removing you off the planet? Yes or no?
What?
Is the sun
That
racist
doesn't make
for
any sense.
answer the
Your
question?
rhetoric.
I just want a yes or no. Is the sun racist for removing you off the planet?
No, it's a star.
Exactly. So how the
It's a
fuck am I
star.
racist for saying that we are biologically and genetically different and we should not be around each other?
Because it's
Because
not true.
throughout
It's
history,
an assertion of your own ego.
nah, it's really not. I just don't want my people around y'all. Y'all like we're not the
There it
same.
is. There it is. You want us
Right.
to be separate. You
It's
want us to be
extremely
segregated.
detrimental to so-called black children to be around y'all. And this is because you're spliced with multiple different animals that actually make up your organism.
You keep saying around y'all. I'm Native
Right.
American.
Everybody outside of so-called black people. Respectfully, we need to be away from y'all because what good have we did being amongst each other? Let me know something. Cause it just looks like y'all been you feel me? Y'all haven't did shit for so-called black people. Y'all definitely don't do shit for nature. Y'all actually destroy nature. You destroyed my people. I mean, y'all are unhinged. We should not be around y'all. And we got historic evidence to prove that we should not be around y'all. Y'all can't even provide a biological identification to the planet, but you want to police, educate, and medically and psychologically evaluate my people. That makes no sense. You
All
don't
you're
even
doing
know
is
where the
proving
fuck
my
you came
point
from.
by saying that.
You're trying to explain how
You're
the
only
fuck you got on the
demonstrating how
planet.
hateful you are.
Right, I'm hateful.
Exactly. By
Right.
asserting
So
that
I guess
everybody else besides
but
a melanated individual is a lesser being,
I never said
or
lesser.
they are not.
That's what your brain
But all
computed. So maybe you should hold on, brother.
hold
Hold
on.
on, brother.
Those
So
are
that's
the
what your
implications
brain
of the
actually
biology that
hold
you're
on.
spouting.
Hold on. That's what your brain actually computed. I never once said that anybody was a lesser being. I just said that we were not the same. See, that's that y'all niggas want to come up here and because y'all hear that y'all have animal DNA from multiple different types of animals, your brain automatically takes that as, oh my God, he's calling me lesser. Nah, I
It's
never
the
once said
same
that.
rhetoric as phrenology, as
It's
the
not
fake
insane.
science
Do
that
you not
white
share
racists
animal
use
DNA? Right.
to
So
say
okay,
that
hold
black
on.
people were
Do you
lesser.
not
It's
right?
it's all
Do
it's
you
all
share
a
animal
crock of
DNA?
nothing.
Can I
Do you
jump in for
share
a sec,
animal
y'all?
DNA? Do you share animal DNA, Valentine?
We all share animal DNA.
Why
All
don't
of
we?
us.
Cap.
Why doesn't our
We're
genes
indigenous
phenotypically
black.
present in
No,
the
we
same way?
don't.
Then
Can I jump in for a sec?
hold on, brother.
Okay.
So why doesn't our genes phenotypically present in the same way?
Why do the sparrows on the Galapagos Islands
Nah, I don't want to hear
phenotypes
that
present
dumbass shit.
differently?
Why doesn't our
Different
genes
environmental
phenotypically
hazards,
present in the
different
same way?
environmental stimuli.
Yeah, you're saying that, but we can't find an animal over there in Africa that has our type of hair or our type of skin. That's the thing. Like y'all always want to bring up that adaptation bullshit, but that don't apply to the other fucking animals that we so called share DNA with, that don't even fucking present themselves in a way that that so-called black people present.
Wait a
Like
minute.
that's the thing. The
Don't
opposite has
people in the
never
Middle
fucking
East
happened. Like
have
you're saying that
statistically
we
darker
went
skin
from
and curlier hair? Isn't there like a gradient that
so-called
follows
black people don't have
from
curly
the
hair.
equator up to like northern or southern
So
provinces?
what animal phenotypically presents as so-called black people, bro?
What animal phenotypically presents as a white person or a Mexican person?
All the animals inside of your genome.
That doesn't make sense.
Right,
That
you
doesn't
share.
make sense.
I mean,
it's just,
we
it's
can
just rhetoric to
right. So
put down
you
other
share
races
the
besides
melanin.
your
Hold
own.
on. You have the
It's
same type of
unfounded. It's
hold on.
not scientific.
You have the same type of melanin. Oh, okay. Let's get scientific. You have the same type of melanin as a fucking chimpanzee. Now that's scientific, which is pheomelanin, right?
I would
Right.
argue that you have the same.
Right.
We all have the same.
You playing, bro? So I want to ask you a question. Do you not have pheomelanin, the same pheomelanin that a chimpanzee has? Yes or no?
We both do.
Nah, I don't got no pheomelanin. So
How do you know that?
So I want you to. Can you give me a yes or
Can
no?
you provide me
Do you have that?
tests that elucidate that for me?
All right, so-called black people possess neuromelanin. We reproduce it in the third ventricle of the brain,
Can you provide
and
me
we
tests
actually,
that show that result? Yes or no?
right. I got you with a book. Go get Why Darkness Matters, and they explain it to you.
Why Darkness Matters. Written by who?
Neuroscientists.
Who do they work for?
They're neuroscientists.
What's their mama
Right?
them
Hey,
name?
y'all niggas so big on the. Hold on, y'all niggas so big.
You want
on
to keep
the,
asking like more and more specific questions
I
to
got
like
you.
pick apart what I'm saying? I could do that.
You wanted that reference. I got you. So go get Why Darkness Matters, written by 4 neuroscientists. So you can go get that shit, and it'll explain it to you. We've been producing neuromelanin before we was even born, bro. With y'all, that don't take place. Now you can go get that book that's written by neuroscientists, and y'all love titles and shit so bad. So is there anything you else want to say, you chaotic man?
Yes. You are not impervious to gamma rays.
Right, that's cool. Not a problem.
That's something y'all come up with because y'all destroy. Y'all don't never create anything.
Well,
right.
The principle of entropy means that
you done, bro. Like you haven't presented any facts. You can't explain to me how we went from haploids to diploids, how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, because you can't
explain to me how you're not invincible to gamma rays.
I got you.
Why do we
like
have
I said, if so-called black people was to eat according to their genetic makeup, they would not have any problems underneath that sun. And a lot of us, even who aren't eating according to their genetic makeup, are still not even having problems to this day. But your people have been unaliving. Last year, it was either like 400,000 or 500,000 of y'all that unalive from the sun. This year, they predict 1.5 million. But you wanted the book.
Global warming is a
on,
problem
sister.
for them.
Hold on, sister. So I gave you the book, Why Darkness Matters, written by 4 neuroscientists. You go ahead and go grab that book and shit, you can come back. But I didn't wasted too much time on you. You ain't presenting no type of facts. You just want to be.
I sure did.
Oh my God, black
it's
people,
all facts
they
coming
can't
from me.
absorb that. Like, nah, nigga, I don't want to hear none of that shit. When you explain to me why the fuck
I don't care if you don't want to hear it, bro.
If you can't
genuinely
explain to me why you share
it's
98%
facts.
of your DNA with a chimpanzee. And
if you go and stand inside of a radioactive, like a nuclear power plant, you're going to develop sickness.
That chimpanzee,
you're
you
not
can't explain that shit. So yeah, fuck out of here. Go ahead, Jewel. Or actually, Joseph, my fault. Go ahead, Joseph.
No problem, y'all. Thanks for putting me on. Listen, you can't really blame Valentine for how he feels. The information in his textbooks when he was learning science was, all the way going back to 1850s with Charles Darwin and the Origin of the Species. And we know how scientific they were back in the 1850s. The information hasn't changed. They were back in the 1850s. The information hasn't changed in his books. When scientific, America publishes new journals, it doesn't make its way there. So I don't blame none of these people for simply not its way there. So I don't blame none of these people for simply not knowing. The information they've been given and they've based their life and beliefs on is entirely old, out of date, and it was wrong when it was first published. It's not their fault. So when they get on here and they're argumentative, not looking to learn, but looking to argue or intellectually masturbate, that's where it's coming from. So I don't blame them for that. But I'm hoping everyone else that comes on is much more open minded. And if you don't believe, that's okay, but at least be willing to hear, and then go think on it. And then, like you've been saying, do your research, because the latest, medical journals and scientific research is stating the facts. It's just not translating all the way down to the textbooks that they've been reading, and that's all good. So I was listening to him say, if you drop a block of U-35 in your lap, you're gonna absorb that, and I'm like, that's the most idiotic argument, because if I threw fire in your lap, you're not gonna absorb the heat from it. It's gonna burn you. But if you take a few steps away from it, you can absorb the heat and be perfectly okay. So again, it's a stupid thing. Proximity matters. Now, in his argument, he said proximity matters when it came to phenotypes and all the different changes and adaptation. But for some reason, that seemed logic didn't seem to translate when he was talking about absorption of radiation, energy, and things of that nature, which heat is energy, and we absorb that. We all do, right? But that logic didn't seem to cross over the bridge. So again, he's talking about adaptation. I would love if anyone knows this. They keep saying that we are all from one core source, and I'm starting to think we're really not. So kind of like in alignment with your argument that we are different. By the simple fact that when you say everything is adaptation, if we're looking at people, drawing pictures of themselves in pyramid walls 5,000 years ago, and looking at them now, and they still look the same, and they haven't changed and haven't evolved. At what point did evolution stop? What, it ended with the ice ages and people just stopped evolving? If you say, people in Asia have slanty eyes because of the environment. Well, I mean, they have summers, they have springs, and they have winters. They go through seasonal changes just like we do. And yet, when we're exposed to those same things, our eyes don't all of a sudden become slanted, and neither have our ancestors, right? So
Absolutely.
there's subtle differences, but people are not looking at, like, I believe truth is truth. If you can take a core truth and apply it to all different areas, it still holds true. It doesn't change just because the conditions change. It's no less true. So I'm just want to just hop on there and just say I wish that everyone who's coming on here kind of keeps an open mind. And yes, it's not information that you may be used to hearing, but that does not make it wrong. I was listening earlier when what's his name? The robot, Mr. Robot, Obot, whatever, was go breaking down his science, and again, pure idiotic nonsense. It's rare hard for someone who has made their career in life studying the program from these educational institutions, to come off of that and say, I'm going to adopt or at least look at this information with a new set of eyes. They've been trained to think that way. They've been trained to believe what they teach. And so when you run up against a wall and know that teaching doesn't quite hold true, it's hard to abandon it because you made your whole life and career believing or at least spewing that same stuff. So again, I don't blame them for that resistance. Their life depends on it. Their livelihood depends on it. So I get that. What's it? Valentine was talking about pigment. He said melanin is just a pigment. Um, I know right now melanin is being tested as a bioelectric chemical component inside of microchips like semiconductors, because of its ability to conduct electricity. It's faster. It's a faster conductor than any metal, that or any other product that they know right now, because that's how our brain sends signals back and forth through our body, right? Through synaptic firings and endings and things like that. Those synaptic connections are trillions of times faster than what they have in microchips now. So they're actively testing how do we take melanin from its most abundant source, black people, and use them in microchips so that we can have faster, processing chips. So if they're doing that, it can't be just because it's a pigment and it's a color. They can't be investing millions of dollars in research just so that they can have a brown or black chip. That doesn't make any sense at all. So if you sit there thinking melanin, all it is just a pigment, you're sadly mistaken, and you need to update your information. So I'm very pleased that you're having this conversation. I just think a lot of people who are hopping in and don't seem to have a sense of what it is they're trying to communicate, but they just want to argue. I would think all y'all just shut your mouth for a minute, take a back seat, listen, and learn. You might actually learn something. But I appreciate you, you having this conversation, and for everyone who is contributing positively to this, I'm learning as I'm listening. So I appreciate y'all all for it, and that's all I want to say.
Definitely abundance and gratitude, brother. I'm glad you brought up the fact that they study these people they held a conference to discuss our type of melanin every single year. I think it used to be every 3 years, but they amped it up to like every single year. And these people are, if it was just a pigment, why do they hold conferences to sit here and discuss it every single year?
It can't be because they love that color so much.
I'm saying abundance and gratitude, brother. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. All y'all stay safe.
Most def. Go ahead, Jules.
All right. Man, like this is like very deep, yo. Like, I come here to learn. I come here to learn like, every soulful information out here that's like coming from intuition of source. I appreciate you for that, man. Like, you put it on for the soul tribe to, you know, make sure everyone discernment is like on point and everything, and it's another thing too, man. Like, it's very, very true that like when it comes to like the DNAs of different ethnicities of people, like, they are different when we talk about nutrition, right? So the cavemen and the cave woman, they eat carnivore meat, right? So they eat carnivore meat. They had to eat meat because, that's their DNA, Neanderthals, right? So the sun people never really needed to eat meat. They didn't need to. They had vegetables, fruits, potatoes, rice, etc. The list goes on, So it's like, when people say like, that we're all one species, they don't really think. They don't think on an open-minded level. Like, okay, some of these species be coming from different planets. Some come from different universes from the planets they might come to, and different species need different nutrition, so it's like, let's say like you take Kryptonians, for example, or like the Viltrumites, they eat different things because their DNA is so different. Say they might look human, but they have different DNAs that's set up for their nutrition and everything. Some species only need water to like thrive. There's species out there who just need water to thrive. They only need to eat food, but it's another thing too, like when it comes to about the melanated people being lied to in school systems, like it happens in Europe too, UK, same as in North America, right? The melanated, they try to, the reptilians, which is the true enemy, reptilians, archons, Demerim species who disguise themselves to appear to look like humans, who run the matrix, like they'll lie to these melanated individuals, about, the melanated people's history, what their nutrition is supposed to be, and etc. Like they try to lie to the melanated people over in Finland, Denmark, UK, England, the list goes on, man. But like it's very good that majority of melanated people are waking up to find out their DNA, what was capable of, and everything, because that's what it's all about. Because like when individuals tap into that source of discernment of self, they'll be able to really like utilize every soulful source within to like, really like know themselves so they could treat themselves better, because that's what it's really all about, man. Like, and that's the one thing, man. Like, I came here to like learn new information, so I can absorb that, because I always felt like a lot of us soul beings, we are different on a physical like DNA standpoint. Like we need different things to, thrive. Obviously, let's say, for example, like a person that's like Zimbabwean, right? Zambian, Ghanaian, the nutrition that Ghanaians, Zimbabweans, and Botswanan people eat. It's not going to be the same nutrition that Europeans and Latins need to thrive for their physical body. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like you know because like, man, like when you just think about it all, like we are not all one species on a spiritual level, man. Like this, it's all facts, man. Like you got people that come from different quadrants in the universe. Like some might come from universe 5 or something like that. Some might come from universe 12, and they all need different nutritions. Like it's a big world out here. Like it's a lot of things we don't know. Even with some of the things that we might have comprehension of, there's things we still learn out here. And and I find that's like the major importance, like for our souls. You feel me? So it's like, because like me, like I tell people all the time, like I tell people like me, I'm not really from this particular universe. I'm actually from universe 21. Like I'm from planet Izodios. So it's like, even though I have melanated DNA, like connected to neuro proto electromelanin, like I'm still connected to like the 999 ether beings, which is like the number of completion. So it's like, like anytime I get the sunlight through the room or go outdoors to get sunlight, I don't feel affected at all. I don't get no negative effects. Like I just get like good effects to my body, like get good energy in, So it's like, so when people do debate, like, these different beings, like, the Neanderthals and the melanated people, like who's going to last longer in the sun, obviously the Neanderthals they're going to like fall, Now, I will say about the like Tarzan. Tarzan's like a Neanderthal, right? Look at his DNA. It's very animal like, When they made that Tarzan movie, they didn't show a melanated person having like monkey DNA. They show a Neanderthal, which is Tarzan. Tarzan, straight hair. So it's like, so that's just more proof that melanated individuals are not, they don't have no animal DNA, because everything about them is like connected to galaxies and sources, like from something that majority cannot comprehend. And it's something that they did not learn in school, like no paid scientist taught us this. No paid, psychiatrist, whatever it might be. You feel me? So it's like,
All right, I got you, brother. Yeah, abundance. We're not connected to these people at all. They can't explain to us their biological identification to the planet or the cosmos. They don't know where the fuck they came from, but they feel as if they can police us on our planet. They feel like they can medically and psychologically evaluate our children. That's a problem. So,
right.
abundance.
And that's another thing too, like, because think about it, like a lot of these Neanderthal people, which is a lot of the cavemen and the cave women, the cave beast people. If you look at majority of movies, like gangster movies, they show a bunch of the Caucasians being like, barbaric. So I mean, they got a bunch of movies out there that's like gangster movies, bunch of Caucasians. They have very animalistic nature. So it's like, that's more proof they have animal DNA. They show us in movies. It's like the list goes on,
Right, I got you. All right, so sister, do you? I'm gonna end the live after these two people speak. Sister, do you got anything you want to say?
Yes, I do. We have more DNA sequences than they do, and so they call it junk DNA because they don't have it. That's a clue. We regenerate like an octopus. We manifest. We do magic. We do. Listen, all of what you thought it was, nothing is what it seemed to be, what they told you. These people led you in the wrong direction on purpose. And the farther you go up in quote unquote education, the more indoctrinated you are. Okay, so your fancy degrees don't impress me at all, right? Because the school system is not what you need to educate you. Life will educate you, baby, better than anything. And we are getting downloads from the Most High, and y'all not. That's why y'all don't understand or overstand nothing we saying to y'all. And it is true. The more Neanderthal DNA you have, the smaller your cerebellum is. If you look at the skulls of a primate and a skull of one of us, the back of it is totally different because their cerebellum does not function properly, and it does affect your mobility. That's why white men can't jump, quote unquote. Hey, it's the name of the movie. I'm just telling you, I'm just using it in what I'm explaining to you, so that I try to help you get to where I'm going. Okay? And also it clouds your cognitive ability for you to understand, overstand, and to, like, it really does. It is a disability for real, and I'm not being funny. So although I know that when we try to even be delicate with y'all, when we come with the facts, with the scientific, with the book, there's nothing we can come with that y'all gonna accept anyway. So we doing our thing, y'all do y'all's. We gonna separate. Integration, immigration, and immigration was the worst thing that ever happened to our country, and it's getting undone, and I'm very grateful for that. And y'all have a good day.
Definitely abundance. All right, brother. Royal, you got something you want to say? Yo, Royal, you got something you want to say, brother?
Man, I ain't got nothing to say to these folks. They need to go find out who their ancestors is. That's all. Yo, I appreciate you too, bro.
No problem.
Doing what you do.
Oh, death abundance. What I want to say to all my brothers and sisters here in the chat, go learn genetics. You feel what I'm saying? We can't keep passing down children. I don't knows, maybes, probablys. We need to stop passing that down to children. Children deserve so much more. They deserve the truth. And because of our ignorance, our children got to sit here and suffer. 8 million children go missing worldwide every single year. And that's because we believe that we're the same as all these other people on the planet. Every 40 seconds, a baby's getting snatched. And we on here arguing about Africans versus African Americans. We on here arguing about who can wear braids. We on here arguing about political shit. We arguing about all this bullshit. But when it comes down to these children missing, I don't see nobody make alive. None of y'all talk about children. You know, I'm just keeping it 100. I don't see nobody talking about our children going missing. So I'm gonna need specifically my brothers. I'm gonna need my brothers to step up, learn genetics, pass it down to, you know what I'm saying, to the youth. Really care about your people. You feel what I'm saying? And that don't mean don't go and teach no other adults. You feel what I'm saying? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is light a fire within your brother or your sister so they can go learn thyself so that our species can be better. Because right now it's not cutting it. It's 2025. This information been out for decades. And we still eating meat. Dr. Sebi was what? In the 80s? Dr. Layla Africa was what? In the 90s, the 80s? And we still eating meat. We still eating cheese. We still eating bread. All this destructive ass shit that's not good for our biology. And this is why it's important that we learn genetics, because we're not going to understand what those good brothers back then was talking about, or even brothers today like Yaki. You feel what I'm saying? We're not going to understand what they're talking about if we don't learn thyself. A lot of us look at that shit like BS, but we're still suffering from illnesses. We still getting diseases, all that BS. And a lot of us still think that's natural. We think that shit's hereditary when it's not. It comes from the shit that you eat, the people that you sleep with. Stop sleeping outside of your species. Go learn thyself. Pass down truth to children. and clean your body, clean your vessel. Eat fruits, vegetables, seeds, nuts. That's it. Go learn what's prokaryotic in nature. Go learn what's eukaryotic in nature. You feel what I'm saying? Stop passing down sicknesses to our children. Because if we really want change, it starts with them. It don't start with no adults. Change starts with our children. So I appreciate everybody for coming in here, staying in here, all the positive words and abundance and gratitude.